So, welcome and thanks for being here. Welcome to day 3 and the end of this first weekend of the panel. It's wonderful to see everyone, and I hope you had a good, restful evening. We're going to do something that we will try to do most mornings from now on, which is a little moment of sharing with the person next to you, which maybe, as you can define it, there's still some people coming in here. So yeah, find a person next to you or two people and answer the classic question that we've been answering for after every presenter, which is just what new insights have emerged overnight in this case. Anything that you've realized, had a conversation with someone else perhaps that you would like to bring into the room here, or just an insight as you were in the shower this morning. Perhaps in your dream last night, perhaps you were like, that finally clicked. This is your opportunity to share. We'll take a few minutes to do that. All right, go for it.
All right, welcome, welcome. Wrap up your conversations. Wrap up your thought, and then we'll turn our attention up here to start our day. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. So nice to see you back. How is everyone? Yeah, great. Sunday. What else would we want to be doing on a Sunday but be here? Thank you all for coming back. Welcome to day 3. We have another exciting day in store. We are working on getting an agenda for you here at the front of the room, but first thing, I'll just give a high-level overview of what's going to happen today. So first, right off the bat at 9:15 this morning, we'll hear from 2 presenters. We'll hear from 3 total groups of presenters this morning. So you'll see all of those in the presenter schedule that we handed out yesterday. This morning, you'll also have some small group time discussing how power and privilege operate in group settings like this, and cognitive biases as well. So we'll talk a little bit more about what are the societal dynamics and the dynamics in our brains that influence how we do work together in this space. And then at the very end of the day, you will have a chance to select presenters who you'd like to hear from in subsequent sessions in June, on June 4th, June 17th weekend. That's coming in the very last hour and a half. So be prepared for that. Be thinking about who's missing from who you've heard from over the last Friday, Saturday, and today. And you will have a chance to choose who else you'd like to hear from at the end of the day today. We've also heard from you some feedback through our moderators and from you directly about questions around other information that can come into the process. So is it possible to kind of do research, bring in documents, or have us find you documents that you need to do your work? Just completely reasonable. We are here to support you and make sure you have the information you need. So we've introduced a new kind of system for that. That you're invited to use throughout the day today in breaks and lunchtime. You'll see over on the wall here, maybe Lynn could point it out. And maybe we'll make sure that the green the green gets covered in some darker marker as well. But that's a place where you can put document requests. So if there are things you'd like our help finding, any materials that go beyond what we've given you in your binders this weekend, please ask. So everybody can write as many documents there as you'd like. Our promise to you is that with the capacity that we have between now and our next session, we'll do our best to get at least the first document or 2 from each name. And then there will also be additional opportunities in our next session to continue asking for those things. So we'll do our best to get you everything, but we'll try to make sure that at least one document per person is delivered. And we'll keep those in a kind of reference binder, so not everybody will get a copy of everything, but we'll keep those for your reference in June. And then one other thing before I hand it over to Lynn to talk a little bit more about objectives for today. We also heard from you that that you wanted a little bit more clarity around maybe the decision-making context, kind of what decisions your recommendations will inform. I just wanted to invite you to, in your project tab of your binders, there's a section called What Will Happen with the Panel's Deliverables. It's on page 3. I don't know. Page 4. Okay, thank you. Page 4. So just encourage you to read that. It's just a few sentences, but there's that's kind of the most succinct, clear place that you can go for clarity around what is being asked of you, what decisions, your suggestions to the City and Fair Board might help inform. So, all right. Lynn, pass it to you.
Okay, just a couple more things. The other place to look for, what is being asked of you, just as a reminder, is that original question for the panel, which we've put up here again, and it's over there as well. And yeah, how might we use the city's fairgrounds property to create the experiences, activities, resources, and places that our community needs and desires now and in the foreseeable future. And that's, I think, in bold somewhere in your binder as well. And I think the last thing, another thing that we heard from, a great piece of advice from a panelist yesterday, was just to mention at the beginning of the day what our objectives are for the day, as a panel, which was a great suggestion, very basic. The objectives for today are to gather more information from more people with more perspectives on the topic, from these presenters who have already been selected by the Informational Advisory Committee, and then to talk about power and privilege, how that might come up in processes like this, and then at the end of the day to identify the kinds of people that you haven't heard from, or the kinds of information that you haven't gotten, and who you'd like to hear from in the future. That's basically it, and then we'll be done and see you again in June. So with that, I think let's move on to the first group of presenters here. We have 2 presenters this morning. As before, they'll each get 10 minutes, and then, please move to the other side of the table if you're on the front here, or to one of those tables in the middle. That's great. And we'll invite the presenters up here.
Wonderful. So this morning we have 2 presenters with us, Estelle Hemphill with Petaluma People Services Center, and Dave Alden with Urban Chat and Know Before You Grow. So both of their slide decks have been set at each of your table settings, so you can follow along. We encourage you to put those in the presenter tab, right? in your binder, and in sequence will probably help you keep things organized. All right. So when we get the green light from our tech team here, I'll pass the mic. Do we have a functional slide clicker today? Yeah. It was being finicky yesterday. Yeah, you'll use those. We're just waiting for the slides to.
Can we see them from someplace, or are they? Oh, on the wall? Very good. Mm-hmm. Just making sure I'm in the same place.
Stand up as long as you're captured on the live stream.
Okay. Is this disconnected?
All right, great. We'll start with Estelle Hemphill from Petaluma People Services Center. Elise, you have 10 minutes.
Great, thank you. I want to first start by thanking you all for taking your time to do this. I know how important it is. I'm Estelle Hemphill. I'm the Executive Director of Petaluma People Services Center. Most people in Petaluma know that PPSC has been around since 1974 and providing programs and services that are dedicated to strengthening the dignity and self-sufficiency of our community and the individuals that live in there. That was a mission that was started by a group of community leaders recognizing we needed to have additional services here in Petaluma so that everybody can live the way they want to live. I think it's important to start to understand who I am and what I do. And I do a lot of things in this community. I've lived in Petaluma for 29 years. I have been at Petaluma People Services Center, or PPSC, for 18 years. When I started at PPSC, we had $1 million budget. We have a $13.5 million budget now to provide programming in our community that helps our community continue to thrive. I'm also the past president of the Petaluma Chamber of Commerce. I sit on a variety of different boards, including Generation Housing, the Petaluma Historical Museum, and yesterday I actually had the opportunity to volunteer at the Historical Museum, and I realized that the work you're doing here is going to be part of the history 50 years from now. And I'm hoping that we'll be able to hold a mirror up to this work and reflect back how important it is in making recommendations for our community to be able to use what we know as the Sonoma Marin Fairgrounds into the future. Next slide, please. Petaluma People Services Center started 1974, and today we have 73 programs that we provide in our community. We're not just working with those who are in poverty. We work with, last year, 43,000 residents. 43,000 residents in Petaluma got services from Petaluma People Services Center. We utilize over 800 volunteers. We are proud of the work we do. If you look at the one picture in front, you will see that we were the our Grand Marshal of the Butter and A's Day Parade. So we recognize how important the history of our community is, but we also recognize that looking forward is a very important component of everything we do in our community. Next slide, please. So this is who PPSC is. We have these pillars of programming, and I'm going to touch on all of them, but I think it's really important for you to understand that none of our programs happen without understanding, gaps in services and what this community needs and what this community wants. It's very important. So next slide. Our Aging Well Together programs used to be called our senior services. We rebranded it because all of us in Petaluma are getting older. Unfortunately, 63% of us are 60 and older, and it continues to grow. And our program suite continues to grow. In 1974, when we started, our first program was our Adult Day program. That program still exists. That program gives an opportunity for people to continue to age in Petaluma for as long as they want and as long as they can, not moving them into an institution or into assisted living, which is a very expensive way to live, keeps people in our community and actively engaged. The whole list of programs is up there, and you can see we do a lot of work. I think it's important to recognize before COVID, we were providing 3,000 meals every day, hot meals every day. Now we're providing, not every day, once a month, 3,000 meals a month. Now we're providing over 10,000 meals a month to our community because of COVID. Those numbers have not dropped. They continue to grow. Another important reflection that you need to consider when you're considering our community is we're one of 8 communities in the United States that delivers a hot meal 365 days a year. Most home-delivered meals programs throughout the United States deliver a frozen meal. I think that that's an important reflection on who we are as a community. We watch out for each other. We take care of ourselves. We look to the future of who we are and how we are. If you also look at some of the other programs,
Just a moment, pause.
Sorry. I know. I'll let them catch up. Our programs provide a variety of different opportunities. Next slide, please. The other programs that we have are in our counseling department, or our PEACE department, which stands for Prevention, Engagement, Advocacy, Connection, and Empowerment, PEACE. We have the largest community clinic in Sonoma County, where we provide counseling to all of our residents, either through their insurance or through a sliding scale. We run Mentor Me, which is a community engaged program where volunteers provide services to youth. As a mentor, you're assigned at least 2 years. Most mentors stay with their mentee through high school and then on to college. It's a very successful program. One of the programs we're really proud of right now is our SAFE team. I don't know if you've had an opportunity to see them, but SAFE started as a reaction from the city to help deal with crisis intervention, where police officers are not necessarily trained to de-escalate situations. So in partnership with the police department, our SAFE team responds to emergency behavioral health calls. Next slide, please. We also run a lot of housing programs. Our housing programs are important to our community because they're prevention programs. Our goal is to keep people housed before they fall into homelessness. Our Fair Housing Program is one of those programs that I wish I could bring here to provide. Not only does it help tenants learn to be better tenants, the whole mission of our work is to provide landlords with training on how to be good landlords. Recognizing their bias helps them understand how to be better landlords. And it is a key component to the fact that we have fewer evictions in Petaluma than any other city in Sonoma County and Marin County. That's really important. Again, this is a community that works together. The next slide, please. You probably don't know that in my spare time, I run a production farm. So our Petaluma Bounty Farm, which works with a mission to provide healthy food to everyone, continues to grow and distribute food through our network of partners and our community that we work with. Next slide, please. Again, another component to be able to live in our community is having employment opportunities. Ironically, as I was reviewing these this morning, I recognized I left off our Petaluma Day Labor Initiative, where every other Saturday I'm training and teaching leadership. Next slide, please. And last but not least, Petaluma is the hub for evacuation sites when there's an emergency in Sonoma County. And PPSC runs all of the programming that helps these evacuation sites get the things they need to make sure people are safe. I want you to consider that as a community, we are a reflection of PPSC. We are all working towards the same goals. PPSC works to understand what needs are, which is really what you're doing, understanding what are the needs at the fairground, and then we implement programs to make them happen. And we don't do it in a silo. We bring in those that need the services, we bring in the volunteers, and we bring in the community to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Elise. Right. Next, we'll hear from Dave Alden with Urban Chat and Know Before You Grow. Great. Okay. One moment for tech. Your time isn't actually counting down. Don't worry.
Oh, it's cool.
You have no idea how hard it is to do 10 minutes slowly.
No. Hey. I can't do it.
Yeah. It's a little disconcerting. She holds up the pause sign. I'm like,
Okay.
You good?
We're gonna pull them up. It looks like they weren't loaded, so our apologies. If you all could just turn to your neighbor and chat a little bit about what you just heard, what new insights emerged, what questions you have. Your standard questions. You're getting very familiar with these questions. And is it a process question?
No, I was just wondering, can we use this time to question her?
Do a separate Q&A. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks for the suggestion. Okay, let's. Sorry, revoking that.
You lost him. It's over.
I know.
No?
Let's turn our attention back here. Attention back here. Thank you. Fantastic suggestion to just split up the Q&A time as we get things queued up. So let's have 10 minutes of question and answer for Elise. And we're going to do it the same format that we did yesterday. Actually, no. We'll pull out the cards if we need to. Let's first, since it's a single person Q&A again, take hands. Let's see hands. I saw Patty first and then Jackie. So, Patty.
Okay, I was just wondering what your plans are for the fairgrounds. All your services are wonderful, but you didn't say anything about involving the fairgrounds in your services.
So
Let's give a
currently,
pause before answer. Sorry.
sorry. So I don't think it's my decision or process to make a commitment to what we would do on the fairgrounds. Do we need more space to provide our programming? Of course. Every nonprofit in Sonoma County and Petaluma probably needs more space to provide their services. However, I think that it's the responsibility of this committee to make some suggestions on good use. Would we love to be able to have programming for seniors to be outdoors and utilizing the fairgrounds? Of course. Would we love to be able to provide additional access to services using the fairgrounds? Of course. But I think it's your recommendation that is going to help drive that decision-making process about what happens at the fairgrounds.
Okay, Jackie.
Does your organization currently utilize the fairgrounds in any way, or have requested to use the fairgrounds in any way, or are you just hoping for an expansion into the fairgrounds?
We haven't asked for, thank you for the question. We use the fairgrounds when evacuation sites have to be set up, and we are in charge of managing all of the supplies that are used for that. So we do use the fairgrounds and have participated with the management of the fairgrounds to set up training for our volunteers. Again, I think I'm not here to appeal or ask for use of the fairgrounds. I think if I had one thing I would want to say is that understanding and knowing your biases when you come to a process like this is very important. But I also think it's an opportunity for us as a community to learn about things that are available and could be used at the fairgrounds. But I am not appealing or asking in any way for our programming to expand there. It's space that could definitely be used, but that's what this process is about.
Thank you. We'll take probably 2 more questions for Elise. We do have our tech ready. But we'll finish out your Q&A first. All right, let's see. All the hands that may want a question. Perfect. Let's go to Robert.
My question is, if we lose the fairgrounds for emergency services, are there alternative spaces in the city that we can use?
A little closer to the mic, please.
If we lose the fairgrounds for emergency services, are there alternative spaces that can be used for emergency services?
Thank you for the question, Robert. So the fairgrounds is the first facility that is opened up because it has a partnership with the Red Cross, and the Red Cross moves in as soon as they possibly can for people evacuation. I think it's important to recognize that the fairgrounds is also used for large animal evacuation, and it is an important component of that. Could we set up other locations that could do that? Yes. Could they do it as well as the fairgrounds? No. So I think we have a opportunity to continue, especially to house large animals at the fairgrounds during an emergency. And remember, emergencies right now in our heads are fires that are not happening here in Petaluma, and so people are coming here. If there's an earthquake and we need to respond, that fairgrounds being in the center part of our community is key. So it could be that ppsc is able to bring food from our nutrition site right across the pond to the fairgrounds to make sure that we feed people because of an earthquake. And, so again, thinking about the future use, it's important to understand and evaluate all of the things that
Amazing. All right, we'll take one more question. I believe I saw Grace's hand for Elise, and then we'll bring up Dave's slides.
Where are you located here? Your office, where is located here in Petaluma?
Thanks for the question, Grace. Grace asked, where is our office located? Our main office is on 1500 Petaluma Boulevard South. However, we run the nutrition side out of the senior center. We have our Kavanaugh Community Center, which is over on the other side of town. Our Petaluma Bounty Farm, which is, again, a production farm in downtown Petaluma, is over off of Webster by the police station. And then we have, off the boulevard, sorry. Oh, sorry. And our Mentor Me programs are in every school in Petaluma, including Old Adobe, Waugh, Wilson, Petaluma City Schools.
Thank you, Elise. We'll now get Dave's slideshow pulled up. Dave Alden with Urban Chat. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Dave Alden. For the past decade, I've been the executive director of Petaluma Urban Chat. I can tell you right now, I've got more than 10 minutes of stuff here. I'm going to get as far as I can and just do the best I can with it.
Yes, I should have clarified, almost all of Dave's slides are pictures, so I should actually just put this one back up. All right. Go ahead, Dave.
Okay, thank you. I recently met with someone who was going to be speaking to Urban Chat. He wanted to know about us. I explained that we focus on good urban planning. He was taken aback. He said, I'm not an urban planner. I may not have anything to share. I assured him that none of us at Urban Chat were urban planners. Instead, we're Petalumans who care about good urban planning. I respect urban planners. The education, accreditation, years of experience required to shape the urban form to best serve the public. I'm talking too fast, aren't I? Like I say, wait. I will try. I'm never good at that.
Dave, do you have that written out?
I do.
In a second copy? You could hand it to the translators.
I offered that before.
Okay.
If they want it, they're welcome to it. But anyway, I love urban planners. I spent 30 years studying urban planning, but I'm not an urban planner. Don't pretend to be. Anyone who accuses me of being one is wrong. But I care about urban planning. I think there's a role. I'm still seeing the pause sign. Okay. Truly, I do apologize. I do speak quickly. I may wander away from that a little bit, but that's close. I thought this might happen. I think there is a role in this process for people like me and like you who are not urban planners but who care about our town. We know things about Petaluma that urban planners can't. They can come and tell us what worked well in London, in Chicago, in Sacramento, even in Santa Rosa. But we know that our community is different than those. It has unique factors. I believe in a process that works both ways. Urban planners can tell us concepts that generally work. We can tell them the specifics of what Petaluma is about, and that matters, and that's why Urban Chat exists. What does that mean for today? I'm going to try to give you a few thoughts on how urban planners would view this site, what concepts they might throw out there. Looking for your feedback, looking for you to absorb those, use them as you see fit, but again, bringing the Petaluma perspective forward. To begin, the fairgrounds must be a role model for the rest of our community. It must be sustainable from climatic and municipal finance perspectives, but it must also be a fun, great place that other developers feel obligated to mimic, moving us toward community-wide sustainability. Others will talk about climatic sustainability. And wait. I'll do that. Thank you. Okay. Our city isn't financially sustainable, largely because of Prop 13 and our development pattern. Today we see potholes, but there are worse problems coming in the future. Here's an easy way to understand financial sustainability. A community has two kinds of land use. It has private uses, homes, offices, shops. It has infrastructure, streets, water, schools. The way America finances towns, you need $40 of private investment to pay for $1 of infrastructure, to pay for and maintain that $1. That's a tough standard to make. That's the way our country works. Today, most of our town is less than at 40-1. That's the reason we are in financial trouble. It's going to be getting worse. What I would like to see from the fairgrounds is to move us back toward that 40-1. You can't fix it with the fairgrounds. There's too much else already in place in this town that you can make some progress. What does 40-1 look like? I'll show you some pictures in a moment, but first I want to say these pictures are of housing. Personally, I believe that there is a role for housing on the fairgrounds, but I'm not here to push that perspective today. I'm just using it as an example to show you what financial sustainability might look like. Next slide. There we go. Single-family home, big lot. This has a ratio of 12-1. This is so far from sustainable, it's unfortunate. Every other photo I'm going to show you today is from Buffalo, New York, which is a great city when it's not snowing. This one, though, is special. This is where I went to high school. This is where I lived. I spent my formative years in a place that was financially unsustainable, and I'm still trying to atone for that shortfall in my life. Next photo. This gets closer to 20-1. Still not financially sustainable, but better. Bigger homes, smaller lots, nice, but not workable. Next slide. 35-1. You start seeing evidence of small businesses, more homes squeezed in there. That's getting closer. Next slide. 60-1. For the first time that we get into financial sustainability as Petaluma is financially assembled. Do I necessarily like it? It's not bad. I could see living there, but that's what it really takes. And one more slide. Okay, the architecture sucks. I get that. I don't like that building at all, but that's probably close to 100 to 1. That's truly how we start making our town financially sustainable. Do I want to live in a place like this? Not that one in particular, but I would like our town to have some elements like that that better position us for the future. Let's move on. Let's talk about getting from today to the future. Next slide, please. This is a typical master plan. It's not Petaluma, it's a master plan. We all love master plans that give us this sparkling vision of the future. All these completed buildings, all the transportation systems in place, something that really looks complete and we feel good about. The world doesn't work like that. We don't jump to that future immediately. We build it in phases. And if this process results in a master plan like that, I'll tell you what will happen. Somebody else will decide how to implement it. They'll begin by building one building, a bit of the infrastructure. And then the world will look at that as a model. That will become how the project expands. In my 45 years as a civil engineer, I've seen a lot of great master plans sitting on shelves coated in dust because they got lost in the process of incremental implementation. I will challenge you today to say that you can't come out of this process with only a master plan. You need to come out with a process by which we move step by step from where we are today to your final vision. If you don't have that, your final vision may not matter in the end run. Let's talk about mobility. We are a car-centric world. We know that. It's a mistake. It's something we did beginning in the 20s, century ago now. It's part of why we're financially unsustainable. If you want to ride a bike or walk in this town, even ride buses, you don't have the same options. How does the fairground play into that? I'm taking a break again. Thank you. I know, I speed up as I go, don't I? I try. Okay. I get excited. I'm sorry. Okay. Anyway, next slide, if we could. This is the fairgrounds today. I'm sure you're very well familiar with it. Let me throw an idea out to you that I think is the most important transportation idea you can implement. No matter what land use results in the fairground. Next slide. We've extended D Street and Jefferson across the fairgrounds to connect to the Target Center, the East Washington Place. Why? Because if you live in the D Street neighborhood and you want to shop at Target and you don't want to walk or bike along East Washington, and no rational person does want to, you can't get to Target. This starts giving us some walkable, bikeable connections that we need. Even more importantly to me, this provides a good shuttle connection. I can visualize a world with shuttles that go from downtown, past the train station, through Old D, through the fairgrounds, and to Target on a very regular basis. I dream of a future where a commuter can get off a smart train, hop on a shuttle, be at Target in 10 minutes to buy a toothbrush, hop back on a shuttle and be back downtown in 10 more minutes walking to his apartment. That is a sustainable future, and we need to move that direction. Connect those two streets, and you have made a big step in that direction. My time is running short. I expected it to. So let me talk a little about edge conditions. Get through these as much as I can. Next slide, please. Those are the four primary functions that front on the fairgrounds. Look, starting on the west, East Washington Street. There is a vision at City Hall, and I'm on the General Plan Advisory Committee, and it's certainly coming up there, that we want to see Washington become more of an urban boulevard. Next slide. Something like that. Places, a more comfortable place to walk, ride bikes, etc. But let's look, next slide please, at how the fairground fronts on Washington today. Completely inconsistent with the urban boulevard future. The fairgrounds has to come away with something that faces on Washington so it's not a gaping void, but it fits in with the future of Washington. Next slide. To the north, we have East Washington Place. We've already talked about the need to get transportation into there. So we can have more ways to reach that without using our cars. East Washington Place is a model of a shopping center whose time is passing. They will not exist that much longer. We need to help them move into the future, including whatever development pattern that results in the fairgrounds. I would love to see that break through Kenilworth. East Washington Place is overparked. It has parking that's never used on the most busiest parking day before Christmas. I know because I've counted. We need to pull some of the parking back, bring it back into people use by taking what the fairground becomes and letting it slide across into East Washington Place. I'm going to skip Lindgren to the south. To me, it isn't as important. But East D neighborhood is a place where I want to conclude. And luckily, I'm not seeing the pause sign again. Those of you who have never walked East D neighborhood, do so. It is one of the coolest urban experiments you're going to see. They were large truck farm lots dating from the 30s. The world didn't need those anymore. We needed housing. What you have is people who've come in and found really cool ways to add housing on those big lots. Really, before Petaluma planning existed, they were doing things that made sense to them, which actually probably better than a lot of things that have happened since Petaluma planning has existed. And I like planners. It has become it has become a creative, it's just a cool place to hang out. If the Fairgrounds becomes a great place, and when we do all the housing around the train station that we desperately need, I'll just finish up this thought if that's okay. We're going to see pressure on East D to change. Developers are going to want to buy up the East D neighborhood, tear down homes, put apartment houses. This process should be aware of that possibility and look for ways to make it not happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. All right. We will now go to another Q&A. And could I get a mod to help me take stack, please? Or, let's see. This one might be easier. We're going to go with hands again. We'll bring back the cards when we have joint Q&A sessions, but the cards with one person yesterday was challenging. So let's see, any hands for Dave? All right, I believe I saw Seeley first, and then Brian, and Jackie, we'll put you on the list, but if anyone else has a question who hasn't asked one, we'll go there first. So, Seeley.
Hi. I heard you reference that you're on the General Plan Committee. Is that correct?
The General Plan Advisory Committee, that's correct.
And I was reading about that in our information. I'm wondering how much influence they have to the fairgrounds site. I mean, how much are they involved? Could you explain a little bit about that group, this group, and the overall, how that's all going to work together?
Thus far, the General Plan and the General Plan Advisory Committee have been told to pull back a little bit from the fairgrounds in deference to this effort. I'm sure we'll touch upon it in some ways, but thus far it hasn't come up very much and probably will not come up.
Okay, to Brian. Speak into the mic, please. Can you speak into the mic, Brian?
I guess to that, I've just finished reading both the last and the 2045 piece that's being sort of the pillars and guidelines. And you're correct, there is absolutely no reference to the fairground in either the previous document or this one. Why?
Well, with regard to the upcoming one, it's, as I just said, we've been told to sort of stay away from this process. It certainly comes up in our discussions, but it is not making the document at this point. With regard to the old one, it was, I don't want to say before my time in Petaluma, but it was close to it. And all I can guess is that in 2005, we didn't really perceive a future where the fairgrounds might be anything other than exactly what it was then. But the world has changed, and the conversation is moving to a different place, which is just, I guess, the way things happen.
Then if you could elaborate, how does that facilitate what we're doing here? The not addressing it in the planning that needs to be done. I believe that submission is like in June for the general plan at this point. I'm unclear on exactly how our recommendation is going to be incorporated into a plan that's due in June and we finish in July.
No, hold it. You finish in June, you finish in July this year. General plan finishes in June next year.
Okay.
So there's 11 months overlap there for what you do here to be folded in.
So the lease expires.
Brian.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Let's avoid multiple parts just to spread around the airtime here. Thank you. And yeah, any other hands? All right, let's go first to Jasmine, and then we'll go to Tina.
Hi. So I'm pretty sure none of us are urban planners. If you are, please raise your hand. And so, I'm not sure if we're expected to actually develop something close to a master plan. So, I mean, I think it's a little unclear what our true deliverable and the level of detail we're going to provide is. But my question for you is, what do you suggest would be good information for us to have to help us make a decision as far as context? So I know one thing I'm going to put on the list is the general plan to understand what the city's already thought of so far. But is there any recommendations you have for data?
Okay. One, to begin with, I did not know what your deliverables were going to be, so if I maybe misspoke in my presentation, I apologize for that. I just didn't truly have that information, or if I didn't dig enough to find it. What other information should you have? The general plan's absolutely the appropriate place to be. You might also look, even though it doesn't apply to the fairgrounds itself, but the station area master plan, which is on the city website. It's a master plan for the area around the train station, but it gives you a sense of some of the development directions the city is going in. Beyond that, it really comes down to a broad background in urban planning, and in fact, yes, there is a Dummy's Guide to Urban Planning that I've read, which is not a bad thing to read. So, I'm just, it's such a broad question, I'm sorry, I just can't hone in deeper right now. Can't think of it.
I would love to see if you could get a copy of our play that we did as part of Know Before You Grow. I think it's a good evaluation of how planning overlaps with the community needs, and it highlights information that planners get stuck in a box. The community has a bigger look at what is available. We can get them the play, can't we?
They can request any information they'd like, so feel free to keep in mind documents for your parking lot over there. Oh, just a quick follow-up. What's it called? Someone is asking.
What's the play called?
How you get what you get?
Yeah.
How you get what you get.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
we performed it not only locally, but we also performed it for the Sierra Club.
We did.
So
We did. I'm a little embarrassed because I actually wrote the play.
I was
Not saying it's great. It's not going to win any prizes, but it made some points. And yes, I'll be happy to share it if that's requested.
and I starred in it.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Thank you. All right, we go next to Tina.
Yes, I'm looking at the East Washington vision photo or drawing, and are there talks of expanding East Washington Street to accommodate additional traffic overflow?
I would say at this point, there's really no way to add any lanes to East Washington. There's too many uses that are in place. I think what you're more likely to see, and what I put in that slide deck is just an example of an urban boulevard. It's not necessarily East Washington. I think what you're more likely to see is taller buildings, closer to the street, more of a sense of enclosure on East Washington, efforts made to slow traffic. People tend to think that slow traffic means congestion. It doesn't. A lot of times, if you can get traffic to flow at 20, 25 miles an hour, it actually is just as productive as a 35 mile an hour speed limit. So I think you're going to see that kind of direction in the future. Like we have a speaker coming to town month from today to talk on exactly that topic. Feel free to check our website out. So no, but I don't see any hope of future traffic lanes, of more traffic lanes in the future.
Thank you. And that is the time we have for Q&A right now. So thank you, presenters. Feel free to thank our presenters with applause.
You guys for doing what you're doing.
And presenters, feel free to stay and observe or go on your way. Thanks for being here. Can you speak into the mic, Brian? It looks like one process question, which we can take before passing the mic over to Ahmad for our debrief. Yeah.
Can we be sure to get contact information for these speakers, please?
Yeah,
My contact information is on that last slide. But remember, if you contact me, you're probably going to be a volunteer.
I already and I just have a handful of cards, Valley.
We'll make these available. Thank you. All right. I'll pass it to our moderator, Daniel, who's going to lead us in another large group debrief.
Well, good morning, and I think this is the first time I've had a chance to say hello to all of you at once, so that's a pleasure. We're going to have a group discussion, but first, you remember how we had the paired discussions? You find your neighbor, you discuss it with your neighbor, and what we would like you to do, and if there's an odd person, 3 people are still good neighbors, just ask Mr. Rogers. Sorry. Maybe it's a little early for a laugh line. So please discuss in pairs or trios insights that you obtained from these speakers. Yesterday we talked about insights from the speakers. We're constantly learning. We're constantly getting new information. And what insights did you get this morning that, what happened? There it is. Will help us reach our goals for the overall goals of the workshop of how might we use the city fairgrounds to create the experiences, activities, resources, and places that our community needs and desires now and for the foreseeable future. So please do that, and I'll check back in 5 minutes, and then we'll have a similar discussion with the group. So 2 of you, for example, look like a pair to me. And Chris, you can join Ithy or Tricia, however you want. So what did I do with the cards? They're just here. Oh, right. Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. You know, I hate to interrupt you. You seem so productive, but we can save our thoughts and share them with the whole group. So let us reconvene. And I have, okay. Actually, I love this. You are seizing the process which belongs to you. And I think that's great. Okay. So let us reconvene. And I am going to step out of the camera here for a minute and bring us all back. I love the fact that you are so engaged with this process. And this is the best kind of civil disobedience, ignoring me and keeping focused. So I love it. Anyway, I've never used the cards before. This is a new one on me. And I almost feel like I'm up at Lake Tahoe, that I should shuffle it, get on the stage at the lounge, and say, pick a card, any card. I'm sorry? It's not how.
Because they all have cards already.
Oh, no, I guess that worked.
That worked just fine because he picked the 5 of hearts, which was his. Now tell me that the great Kreskin could not have done any better than that. Oh, that's a 6 of hearts. Okay. Well, I guess the great Kreskin could have done better than me. That's the 6 of hearts. Okay, Rebecca, yes. Okay, the question is, what insights did you get from the last 2 speakers?
Realizing that there could be these crosstown connectors that would make it so much easier for the East Siders to get over, to go downtown or go over to the train station or something like
Okay.
that and not use a car. Thanks.
All right. And let's see here. We have the 10 of hearts. Nobody has the 10 of, or no questions from the 10 of hearts? Or no insights, I'm sorry, it's not questions. The 8 of clubs. 8 of clubs. I may have to call on somebody here. Oh, you have the 8 of clubs? The 5, but you look like you want to speak, Robert? Okay, shoot.
Regarding the people services, my question to her was, what happens if we lose the fairgrounds? And she didn't really answer it because she kept coming back to the fairgrounds. But if in the future they build a new police station and fire department and other buildings in the fairgrounds and the park, where are all the animals going to go? I mean, they were not able to answer that question.
Okay, well, that is the kind of question we need to track.
Yeah.
And I would suggest that in your notes in the back and on the further information parking lot over on the far wall, that we track those questions because they are very, very important, absolutely. And thank you for mentioning that. Okay, so 6 of clubs, anyone? No. 9 of clubs. Whoever shuffled. Oh, good. Yay, we have somebody. And what insights did you get from these speakers?
I had a question about urban planning and the traffic that'll be generated by having really high-density apartment buildings at the fairgrounds.
Okay, so that's very interesting. You have not only a request for more information, but can you translate that into an insight, something that led you to a conclusion from the speakers that we just heard?
Well, I think that you have to work together for the urban planning and the development of new services and things that are happening in Petaluma.
Okay, and when you say work together, we're obvious.
Everybody.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And 7 of clubs. You know, somebody must be a bridge player the way they got all the suits together. 7 of clubs, yes, please. I'm sorry I can't read your name from here. Seeley, okay.
I guess I just keep hearing everyone talking about the emergency services, and I don't know, I haven't heard anyone say they don't want the emergency services to stay in that area. So I guess that's where, again, it's just compounded over the weekend for me and then illustrated once again with both those speakers that, and I hear that when I talk to people, it feels like everyone's really feeling strongly about keeping emergency services in some extent to the area. So that's the insight I have.
Excellent, thank you. And we have time for 1 or 2 more. The Queen of Hearts. The Queen of Hearts. No questions, okay. Now, we're recycling the cards for the people who haven't had questions yet, so you will be on the spot. Again, our bridge player has given me the title of one of my very favorite movies, The King of Hearts. Alan Bates, anybody see that? Oh, okay, good. But who does have The King of Hearts?
I do.
Okay, I thought you meant you saw the movie.
Yeah.
You're too young to remember that movie.
That is one. Actually, ironically, you say that. I don't remember exactly what she said, and I didn't get an opportunity to ask. But she was saying how Petaluma, she said, we are all aging. And it sounded like the demographic she said was that it was like over 60% of Petaluma is senior and above, I guess. I mean, again, I don't remember the specific, but I thought she said sounded like the majority of Petaluma.
Okay, so would your
kind of like getting a demographic of.
Okay, so that's more information that you would like, and we'll make sure that's put on the information.
I mean, because I've been thinking about this as, you know, looking to the future of Petaluma and of the youth of Petaluma, because it's for future generations. But at the same time, if such a large portion of Petaluma, you know, is senior, it seems like that also has to weigh in pretty heavily into a decision of what we're creating, so that it does reach, you know.
Does reach?
Yeah, well, I mean, the youth and the seniors of our community, not just one or the other.
Okay, thank you.
Somewhat.
And, Carly, you got that, right? Okay, terrific. Okay, we have time for one more, and this is the 2 of Hearts. Anybody have the 2 of Hearts? Your cards are in your name tents? No? Okay. You have the 2 of Hearts? Okay. And the Ace of Hearts. Anybody have the Ace of Hearts?
Yeah, I was too surprised about the demographic when she said that 63% of Petaluma is over 60 years old. So it's just we have to come up with a better design if we have a 63% of the population is over 60 years old. So.
All right. So I think his insight is we need to deal. Oh, okay. Yeah, and we have to. I think that's for the insight. Okay, well, thank you very much. We are on to our next event. And It's been a pleasure standing in front of you, and I'll be mixing with you for the rest of the day. I don't know if that deserves applause, but I'll take any I can get.
Lynn, I have a little process question. Sorry, that's me over here. Hi. If we have documents we want to request, should we just go up and write it there anytime?
Ideally on breaks, if you could, just to reduce the amount of milling around and that kind of thing. But that was the first, thank you, Daniel, by the way. That was lovely and appreciate it. and take this off. Yeah, it really makes a difference, doesn't it? Yeah, so one note is that we won't be writing anything there. So if there's something that you've come up with, yeah, please write it there with your name. So just a brief, description, your name, and a brief description of what kind of document or what specific document you're looking for. All right, so I'm going to switch gears here for a moment and do something that was planned on the first day, but we've shuffled it down the days, which I think is great. We always need some flexible items like that we can push from one day to another whenever we need more time for something else. This is just a little sort of introduction to one of my favorite topics, cognitive biases. The idea here is to learn a little bit about how our brains work, and to hopefully. Patty said, "Remember, half of us are 60 years or older." My brain already doesn't work that well, and these are things that are just sort of natural to all of us, that we all tend to do, and that impact the way that we think about all kinds of things in our daily lives, including information and stuff that people say. And it's not that any of us can particularly avoid these completely, but just knowing that they exist can help us sort of better evaluate the information that we're hearing and our reactions to what people are saying to us. So with that, I'm going to play a little video that was put together by a similar organization to us in Australia called the New Democracy Foundation. So it's in a fabulous Australian accent. I hope you appreciate that as much as I do. And it's about 3 minutes or so. And then we'll come back and Australia. And then we'll come back and I'll ask, have you seen this in your life occur? Have you seen this in your own brain? Have you seen this in the process so far without naming any names or specifics? Please. We'll talk about that for a couple minutes after this. All right, hold on a sec. Lights off over there. Oh yeah, and if you could undo the one on the left, actually. Yep, your left, thanks. Fabulous. All right, here we go. And moderators, I'll be watching you. Just hold up the pause sign and we'll stop. The question was, can the translators translate with an Australian accent?
Without us realizing it, our brains can sabotage our own thinking. Instead of thinking clearly, our mind can simply close itself off. Luckily, there's a way to see the bigger picture. If you're aware of these blocks, sometimes called cognitive or unconscious biases, you can address them. This is particularly helpful when you're working with others to make important decisions. There are many unconscious biases. We are going to highlight 6 of the most common ones so that you can identify and work around them. The first bias is anchoring bias. The first or last piece of information you hear or see can create a lasting memory. We tend to remember this information, even if it's not the most useful or relevant piece of information that we have received. The second bias is the bandwagon effect, sometimes called groupthink. When many people take one position, you might feel like you should join them, even if their views don't align with yours. Be clear on your own position and be wary of getting swept along. The third bias is blind spot bias. We all have our blind spots, but they're much easier to recognize in others than in ourselves. To address this, encourage others to watch for your blind spots, and you can watch for theirs. The fourth bias is confirmation bias. We're comfortable with what we know and tend to approach new information with fixed ideas. We're more likely to accept information that supports and reject information that contradicts our world view. This may lead us to stereotype those with a different viewpoint. This is perhaps the strongest bias and the most common, so watch closely for this one. The fifth bias is information bias. Often, when we're in a group, we think we need more information before we can make a decision. Sometimes it's necessary, sometimes it's not. People can often make more accurate decisions with less information. Check that additional information is essential. Delaying a decision for too long while you seek more information is a common sign of this bias. The sixth and final bias is the authority or anti-authority bias. Some of us defer to authority figures. If this person holds an important position, they must be right. On the flip side, some of us disregard anything a person in authority says because we have a low level of trust in experts. Either way, your job is to interrogate the evidence and look closely at the facts, not judge the person stating them. Critical thinking skills can help you do that. Remember, there are many types of biases. These are just 6 that we often see when groups work together. Your job is to spot the bias in others and yourself. If we can all do that, we'll make better decisions together.
Okay, back. The interpreters lost sound there because I didn't click a button. I was saying, this is Anna, new moderator. Yay! There are actually 8 moderators in the team, and there's going to be a little bit of switching off and on as folks have availability. So there's one more person that you're going to meet in June. All right. So thoughts on where you've seen this in your life, where you've seen any of these biases, and incidentally, we'll print off a copy of this for you as a little guide and memory. Yeah, Celie.
I was just going to speak to when we first made this list of group agreements, and I said number 2, everyone offering a chance to speak in their own time. I was actually kind of addressing the bandwagon effect groupthink. Because I've even heard that in our conversations where a group of people will say, oh, I'm for that, and I know someone just recently just told me they felt differently, and then they're not saying that in the group, like when the discussion part. And I know we all can't speak at the same time, so that's tricky, but It's hard. It's really hard to do that. I'm not saying I have an answer or that answers that, but that's one of the ones that I noticed, the bandwagon effect. It's hard to speak up about it when you hear a bunch of other people feeling one way about it, to say something different.
So true. And maybe the theme for all of these is it's hard to do. No question about that. Any other thoughts of where you see this come up? Yeah, Tina.
Yeah, I just want to say this. This was a good reminder of how varied a group we are, and we come from such different backgrounds and perspectives and thoughts, and just across the board. And the importance of, you know, not to think that someone's wrong because they don't, you know, I don't know, just to really keep an open mind about everyone's outlook and perspective and their, you know, viewpoints. So thanks.
Thanks for that. I think I saw Liz.
Yeah, I was going to say that I felt like I was watching something that I often have to do for HR, like yearly, because I work in doing healthcare, and with our clinical thought processes, a lot of the times we're educated on these sort of biases because it relates to that we're working with the public, and that even if, you know, we may not personally love somebody's opinion, we are in a position to help that person. And so to not let these sort of biases impact our feelings about a person, and to sort of put them on the back burner in order to give them the best healthcare services that we possibly can. So just see these often happen. A lot of times, you know, even with that, if somebody's saying something that they're feeling in pain and the doctor doesn't seem like it's listening, but everybody's saying, well, the doctor says it. But to offer that, go to a second doctor or get a second opinion. So I don't know, just saying how prevalent I feel connected to seeing this often.
Oh, that's super. Good. Oh. Thanks, Mario. Yes. Did I see a hand over here before? I think I... Oh, sorry. Thanks. All right, let's go Jasmine, Ifti, Eric.
For me, this is more of a question. I don't think I caught what anchoring bias was. If you could just explain that one a little bit more, that'd be helpful for me.
Oh, for sure. Does somebody else want to explain that?
I was going to say that I'm actually suffering from anchoring bias right now. So I can explain my suffering if you want to hear. So I'm I am still, and I'm trying to talk myself out of things. That's how I try to see other people's sides. But I have an anchoring bias on Christy Hubacher's presentation. She discussed the possibility of a $30 million bond if their lease is extended. And that's the only one I've seen so far that has given an example of how their plan will be able to be paid for. So that's this was one of the first presenters. So I guess if that helps you understand anchoring bias. So.
Yes.
Okay.
Better than what I would have said.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks. Ifti?
Just I was thinking number 6, authority bias. So like we were discussing before on the first days, couple of days, the non-judgmental when somebody brings information, not judge who is bringing information, but pay attention to what is the message, not the messenger. So.
Super. Eric?
Thank you. So when we talk about our insights after someone has spoken and we've asked them questions, I think there's a nugget in there somewhere. It could be buried, you might not see it yourself, but as somebody in our group always seems to point out, here's a good takeaway. And so that helps with any biases we individually may have. It seems like as a group, we're learning to become better listeners, and as far as the last presenter with the urban stuff, the idea of access going through the fairgrounds, that was something I don't think I ever even thought about before, especially if it's pedestrian. It solves some problems, and so I think as we come up with our insights, that helps to correct the biases.
Right. Well, that's great to hear from a process perspective. I'm glad something we've planned is doing something good. Appreciate that. I think we're at time. Are we, Alex? Okay, super. We're at time for a break. So 15 minutes. We'll come back at 52 after the hour. 10:52.
All right, let's make our way back to the large group. Oh, thank you. Oh, good. I'm glad that's in Spanish. Grab a muffin, grab an apple. See you back in the large group. All right. Couple more stragglers. Get your coffee. There isn't long now till lunch. All right. I hope everyone had a nice break. Our next activity kind of builds nicely on the one you just did about cognitive biases. It looks at a different way that our brains, our identities, our experiences impact the way we exist in groups. So as you know, we in this space are not in a bubble, even though we try to insulate you from outside influence to some extent. This group exists within a broader context of unequal society in which people have different degrees of power and privilege. So we're going to talk a little bit about that, invite you to think about the ways that your identities and lived experience shape how you may participate in this group space. So each of us has many identities. To some of you, this might be a familiar thing to think about. Some of you might be a little newer. We are all, as demonstrated well by the selection process that brought you here, a conglomeration of identities, many, not just one or two or even 7, many more than the 7 that brought you here. And some of those identities we're born with, some are fixed, and some are informed by life experience or change over time, age. And even if we're not aware of them moment to moment, they're constantly shaping and impacting how we're viewed by others, how we're treated by society. Some give us more privilege, more power, more ability to be seen and heard in spaces in our culture and society. Folks who are white, male, well-educated, cisgendered, so identify as the gender that you're assigned at birth, straight, heterosexual, citizenship status, speak the language that's most spoken in the settings that we move in, have a little boost. Things are easier. That's a very easy way of understanding privilege, a little boost that's often invisible to those of us that have it. And then some make it more challenging to be heard, seen, recognized, or even, of course, more vulnerable to harm and violence. So we're going to do a little exercise that's in the worksheet tab of your binder, if you'll flip to it, that just invites you to think a little bit more about your unique combination of identities. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, it was on the table this morning. Thank you. It should have been kind of separated a bit in the other direction from the presenter slides so you could get out. Is anyone not finding it? We could have a mod help you find it. Okay, great. So this activity is short, just to invite us to think about how some of these privileges, some of these identities come to light in the process. So I'll read the statements on this list aloud and give you a moment to silently reflect. There's a spectrum of answers. You can agree with that statement, somewhat agree, and let's not start yet. I'll read them and have some space to do it together. And all the way down the scale from I don't know, or that doesn't really apply to me for whatever reason, to somewhat disagree. And then after we do this worksheet in the large group, you'll have an opportunity to go discuss in your small groups. And of course, you're not required to disclose any personal information. This is sensitive material, so please don't feel any pressure to speak about things in your small group if you're not comfortable. We'll do this exercise first together. The first statement is, I have usually had access to health care. No matter the season, I can count on my home remaining at a comfortable temperature. I rarely have to think about my race or ethnicity. In fact, I barely notice it. I am used to seeing people in positions of power and in the media that look like me. I believe that the police and state authorities are there to protect me and my family. I do not have to worry about being discovered and deported along with or away from my family. I can't feel confident. I believe that's supposed to be, I can feel confident that the way I speak and write will not make potential employers question my abilities. Can, yes, sorry. Typo, it does make a big difference. I was encouraged by my family to attend college. Yeah, and this flips over to the back side. Oh, that one's broken up, apologies. I was encouraged by my family to attend college. I can use public facilities like restrooms and locker rooms without fear of verbal abuse, assault, or arrest. Acquaintances use the name I provide and don't insist on calling me by my, quote, real name or birth name. People do not make assumptions about my intelligence based on my language ability. Sure. The previous question for interpreters is people do not make, acquaintances use the name I provide and don't insist on calling me by my real name or birth name. I can readily find people and media around me that can communicate with me in my native language or dialect. I can go to new places knowing that I will be able to move through the space. I can go to any class, job, or website and assume that the materials presented to me will be understandable. Right. Thank you so much. And we'll have a moment now in small groups to discuss these. This is, of course, not by any means an exhaustive list of all kinds of privilege. So in your small groups, feel free to add things that weren't on this list. And let's all stay seated. I'm going to give you a table number and then ask you to move to small groups all at the same time. So up to Jasmine, group 1. And maybe just stay here for a moment and then we'll all move together. So Jared to Liz, group 2. Glennis to Patty, group 3. Carl to Celie, group 4. Right? Greg, this is including Darby, to Robert, group 5. And then the rest in group 6. Okay, let's move to small group tables.
right, everyone. Let's move back to the rectangle as soon as you're able.
I'm glad you mentioned it.
You go to the beach and you breathe the sea air.
That's great.
I'm gonna explain that one for you.
Yeah, all my life, I didn't have kids, but I always said they were gonna get like.
All right, everybody, let's move back to the rectangle.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Back to the rectangle, please.
You know Matt?
We've just met at the,
Oh, he's
in
tremendous.
passing at the Lagunitas thing,
He's such a guy. He's an awesome guy. On the elk fight and
Yeah,
just
thanks,
everything. I
Maura.
love your comments. That's something I have not been able to do in my time.
Yeah, it's,
And I'm terribly sorry. It's not out of a huge lack of interest. It's just I'm
yeah. No, I mean, we all lift where we can, right?
Yeah.
You're doing fine stuff, and so are you, Sierra.
But isn't it amazing how much is going on that we don't even
Yeah.
know about? And that was the river
All right.
culture idea of like,
Yeah, that was a great.
If we can start.
I was glad.
I mean, it was very beneficial to me.
Yeah.
For sure, kind of as a new kid on the block, like getting to fill in a lot of
Yeah,
gaps,
see-
names that you've heard and
see
things
some of the
you're
players,
Well,
working on.
you know, one of the things we say at Cal EPA is you have to know what the other departments are doing, or you get a ton of redundancy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
That's not good for
well,
anyone.
I mean, it is what it is, but the thing is that, I have to say hello. Hi, sweetie. Oh, my
I just see you're on the docket here for today to specifically talk about Midtown.
Yes.
So we definitely need to meet. We need to talk.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, you're right on our border.
yeah, and I mean, and in terms of, one of my slides you'll see is about parks in that region and there's a parks deficit, specifically parks at scale.
Well,
and-
in my pitch is that, I've hated the stock car races for 34 years.
Oh, okay.
So that's going to be one main point. But I'm also going to point out that I don't think the Fair Board has done a very good job in the last 50 years of operating that property. There's so much more that could go on. And that includes, we got to have more housing and we got to have more parks. And you can have a permanent farmer's market. You can have a velodrome bicycle.
How many acres is it there then?
It's 55 or 60. I thought it was 60. When I was on the huge piece of land right in the middle of town, when I was on the city council, we did a preliminary study that said that the fair itself could operate on less than 5 acres. So even if you want to keep it fair,
Are you a resident of Midtown?
I live on the corner of East and Vallejo.
Okay, right on.
Where Children's Corner is, on the house across the street with all the trees.
Great.
Now, can we hold the mic or?
You can hold the mic, yeah, or just pull this close to you.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, definitely.
Yeah.
You may have been told this already, but I just want to make sure you know. You can pull the mic toward you, it's probably easier that way. Thanks for coming back, everyone. Sorry to break you away from good discussions there. We've got one more thing before lunch here. And appreciate you sticking with a last presentation before lunch. Also, we're a couple minutes behind. We're still getting things passed out. We may be all the way there. We're good. Amazing. Thanks, Jill. So we may... thank you. One of your moderators is interpreting. That's awesome. There we go. Nicholas says, since we're speaking about diversity so much, we should step into each other's shoes. Well, way to go, Mario. All right. We're going to need to go just a few minutes past 12:30. Hopefully, if anyone needs to leave right at 12:30 for another obligation, that's okay. Just jump up quietly. But just because we're starting this a few minutes late here to get all the materials together, sorry about that. We're going to go about 5 or 10 minutes past that. All right. With that, let me introduce the three speakers that are here in front of you. And sorry, I'm just standing right in front of you. We're going to go in order here. Sierra Lorenz from the Petaluma River Park Foundation first, and then Matt McGuire from Midtown Neighborhood Leader, and then Maura Sullivan, a local advocate / California EPA. And I will turn it over to Alex to, or I guess, give me a second to get the tech ready.
Yeah. All right, go ahead.
Hey everybody, good morning. It's still morning, right? Yeah. It's lovely to be here. I feel very honored to be presenting to you all today. My name is Sierra Lorenz. I am the executive director and co-founder of the Petaluma River Park Foundation. We are building a 24-acre park in the middle of town, and that's what I'm here to tell you about today. I'm also a born and raised Petaluman, for what it matters. And I've just, to put in my 2 cents, I think it's so exciting, this opportunity that we have in front of us to think about the fairground property and its future. And I'm just so excited to see the investment at the community level, to really getting all the voices at the table to talk about what that future could look like. And I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you for your participation in the panel and representing the community in this process. Go ahead and slip to the next slide, please. So I'm here to talk to you about the Petaluma River Park, and I don't want this to be just self-promotion for us, but I'm sharing the relationship that we see between the Petaluma River Park and the fairground development is they are relatively close to each other, and they are just two kind of major land, major land developments that are happening here in town that I think the best way for us to go about these two developments and other transformations that are happening in the city are to really be coordinated as best we can, right? And how are we thinking holistically about the long-term future and vision of our city? I'm going to pause for a second to let the translator catch up, and then I'll share some more. So Petaluma River Park was founded in 2019. We are definitely new kids on the block. You can see our list of our current board members and the mighty team of volunteers that have made this project a reality. Founded in 2019 with the purpose of acquiring the land, and then we acquired the land in the November of 2020. Are now the owners of the 24-acre parcel out there, and are driving towards a bigger vision of a park. Next slide, please. So the opportunity in front of us is, it's a large portion of land. It was zoned Parks and Rec. It's actually been in the city's sites to become a park for many years. I think originally 1996 was when they officially put in the past general plan that it was going to be a park or be developed into a park. So it's zoned for parks and recreation already. As I mentioned, we acquired the land. It is also centrally located in the heart of the city. I'm going to show you a map in just a second. It's near public transportation, both the SMART train as well as the central bus terminal, an easy walking distance, bike walking in the middle of town, near downtown, as well as near many neighborhoods. Next slide, please. So this is the location. It's somewhat hidden. Just a show of hands, has anybody been out to this peninsula property? Okay, awesome. That's cool. I don't normally get that many. So it's, the first 10 acres of the peninsula is already city park. It's called Steamer Landing Park, and that's probably how you guys have visited it. Another nonprofit, Friends of the Petaluma River, operate their nonprofit and headquarters out of the Red Barn there, and they have an annual, event there called Rivertown Revival, which probably many of you know. Okay. I put the fairgrounds on here. You can see at the very top of the map, and I do that to just show how close these two properties really are to each other, and I think it only makes sense that there's a conversation about their development, or at least an awareness of what the plans are for the River Park project within the context of the different amenities that we want to see holistically within the city. Next slide, please. The next couple of slides are maps pulled from the general plan. You probably are familiar with these. I would imagine they're already being shown to you as part of this process. I raised them here just to highlight a couple of the realities of the communities that are just adjacent to the River Park project, and that we're communities that we are prioritizing in our development process. As you can see, the Midtown neighborhood, which I'm sure you guys are talking quite a bit about, and I know Matt is going to share more about, is home to some of our lowest income residents, and is also an area, if you can go to the next slide, please. This slide doesn't read very well, so apologies for that. But the demonstration here is that the Midtown neighborhoods and other neighborhoods are also home to some of our largest densities of non-white residents. And I highlight both of the income as well as the, essentially the socioeconomic demographics to say that we have a real opportunity to incorporate a community that has not historically had great access to parks and open spaces. If you can go to the next slide, please. Oh, can you go one more slide? I'm going to bounce around. Can we pause? Yes. I talk fast, I'm sorry. Just a reminder, request to speak in phrases, and then after every sentence or two, just take a 2 or 3 second pause. Thank you, I'm a little nervous. Great, thank you. So, as I was saying, this community of Midtown, this is the documentation of the current parks in Petaluma. And while there are some parks in and around this neighborhood, there's no sizable parks. All of those are on the outskirts, mostly Schollenberger, Helen Putnam. Now we have Tolay, but all of those require cars to get to currently for the most part. Great, thank you. And what the Petaluma River Park aims to be is, obviously it's going to be a park, and this neighborhood is a really important community to the process. Can you go back one slide? This is just to show the other areas of transformation that are happening in and around the River Park project. All of the parcels highlighted in yellow are all either in some stage of development, and it's looking roughly like around 1,000 housing units being put into these areas. It's a lot, and what the River Park would do is really enable those housing developments, or give it would be a world-class park amenity and open space to those new residents. We also think that the River Park could help meet some challenges around the types of homes and housing that are being built in this central location. If you have a large public open space and park adjacent to new housing developments, they have an opportunity to be somewhat denser and to lean on the public open space for those households. Next slide, please. One more? Okay. Let's get to perhaps the more fun part. I want to spend a little bit of time talking about the vision for Petaluma River Park. Go ahead to the next slide. This is our mission statement. Our mission is to create shared space that connects people, art, and nature. Next slide. And I'll just spend a minute unpacking the 3 pillars of our mission. The first is around art. In fact, 2 of our founders are artists themselves. The project started as somewhat of a crazy dream. Wouldn't it be great to make an art park out there? And then the more we spoke to the community, we learned about all the other benefits that a park could bring to bear. So I'll just mention about art. Fundamental to our perspective is that art in public settings and in natural settings has the ability to help people open up to new ideas and new experiences. And it also provides an opportunity for people that maybe wouldn't think of themselves as art lovers and go in the art museum, but would then, but are park people or otherwise they're with their family and could have an experience with art. The third pillar, or the second pillar, is nature. I mean, it is a park. It is 24 acres of open space, and it is surrounded on 3 sides by the river and presents really exciting opportunities for us to enhance and restore wetland habitat, of which we have very little left within city limits. And the third is people. It's a park. It's a public space. It's not just a park, it's a park in the middle of town where it has the potential to be a real community space where Petalumans can come together to do all sorts, whatever we'd like, really. Everything from events to cultural celebrations to just the simple outing with your family or family barbecue. Next slide. So our vision for the park ultimately is to be this communal space, to connect people with nature, with the creative process, and to hopefully unify our community. One thing I didn't mention that we're really focused on is the park's location in the middle of town that is between east and west side, and not the opportunity that the project presents to kind of bring the 2 sides of Petaluma together around building a new community resource for us. I grew up in this town, and there's definitely that east-west side divide, and I think we would be so much stronger if we found ways for us to make connections and think of ourselves a little bit more holistically. Next slide. I got a little over a minute left. So I just wanted to share a bit about our community engagement process. We are really focused that this is going to be a communal park. The founders and the volunteers that have been leading the project to date have ideas about what this park should be, but really it's for the community to decide what are going to be the things in the park, and the founding design. And so we're engaged in a pretty thorough community listening project. The first thing we did was bring together some of our big sister nonprofits. To develop a plan. We call it our community engagement blueprint. Who are the communities in town and how will we engage them in the development of this park? And now we're entering into the phase where we are implementing that plan and starting to host walks on the property, focus groups, et cetera, to listen to everyone and hear what we want to make out of this property. Next slide. This is just a timeline that's in the docket. You can reference it at any point in time. You can see where we're at in the process is leaning into community engagement, as well as trying to activate the park space by getting people out on the land to understand the property. Next slide. And I mean, the last thing I'll say is that I do hope you all are interested and want to join us in the conversation around the park. And thinking about this asset and this new open space and how it relates to the broader developments within the city and how we can work together. Thank you. Thank you. Next we'll go to Matt McGuire, a Midtown neighborhood leader. Give us one moment for your slide. You have 10 minutes, Matt.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to present to you folks today. So just a real quick on my background, I have lived in the old East Side neighborhood, a block from the Fairgrounds, for 34 years this August. I have been involved in the city extensively. I spent 8 years on the Petaluma City Council. That was 20 years ago. As mentioned earlier, the neighborhood demographics, it is a racially diverse neighborhood. It is somewhat blue collar. It is a lower socioeconomic strata for the most part, but it's a really pretty cool part of town. Walkable to downtown. That was one of the reasons that my wife and I moved there. The old East Side neighborhood really bears the brunt of the impacts of the events at the fair. You have the fair itself in June. You've got, previous to the pandemic, you had the 4th of July. You've got the stock car races, concerts, lots of concerts, motorcycle gatherings, and numerous other events. Now, what does that feel like when you live in the neighborhood? Take the fair. When the fair comes, traffic is abominable, and you can't find parking in front of your house oftentimes. It's 5 days. It's a fun event. We understand it's part in the community. We roll with it. However, then you get trash, litter, broken bottles, drunken behavior, late night screaming, yelling, all kinds of noise. During the 4th of July, it turns into essentially a war zone.
Please pause.
Attracting people that want to go wild on their own account and look at it as an opportunity to do so. But the biggest impact to the neighborhood are the stock car races. They run 7.5 months out of the year, pretty much every weekend. They start in the spring and run through October, and they are and can be hellaciously loud. Literally, my wife and I have had hundreds of afternoons and evenings ruined by the banshee scream of the races. They are so loud that you cannot have a conversation without yelling at the top of your voice. So that means if you want to do gardening or enjoy sitting out on your patio or be in your backyard, on your deck, enjoy your space with your friends, it gets spoiled. And for 34 years, this has been the kind of thing that it's a very intense issue. There are devoted fans of the race, and they tend to be pretty vocal. Now, they've been pretty abusive in some cases on public media in different places, and a lot of my neighbors are hesitant to speak out against it. But for somebody who's been living there for 34 years, looking forward to this day, I think it's important that we consider the uses of the property going forward. The races actually are bad for people's health. That increases stress, that drives people's blood pressure up, it negatively impacts property values. We often hear the refrain that, well, the races were here before you were. Well, maybe that's true, but the races were not there before my neighborhood was there, and nobody asked permission to cause this nuisance. And that's not just the feeling that I'm aware of from my neighborhood. I get that from people all across the town. Now, the 4th District Agricultural Association, who has had control of the property for 50 years, is really a lousy neighbor. I just have to say it that way. They're poor communicators. They've had 50 years to do something constructive and creative with that property, and they can barely hang on as they are. They come across as embattled and walled off to the public. For instance, I wanted to talk to the new executive director, went on the website, got the email, got the phone number, emailed her 4 times, called 4 times, left 2 messages with staff. No response whatsoever until I walked into the office. And there she was standing around, basically doing nothing. Oh, we'll talk now. Okay, well, that was good. But that's pretty typical of how I and my neighbors have found working with the Fair Board.
Just a reminder that slowing down may not be the most helpful, but rather pausing between, every 2 or 3 sentences. Thank you.
Thank you. I've seen little to no effort by the Fair Board or event operators to do outreach to the neighbors to see or otherwise be proactive in preventing some of the public nuisance aspects. There at times have been no central person to contact, particularly after hours when there are concerts or races and things are just, gone beyond tolerability. That's kind of forced a lot of neighbors to call the police.
Yes.
In their desperation, and really only when neighbors protest have we seen modest efforts to address this. Now, to my experience in the city and being involved in the world today, we are in a crisis of climate. Our world is on fire. The oceans are rising. We're in the 6th great mass extinction of life on Earth. We've heard from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change that we are running out of time. We have to stop burning fossil fuels as soon as we possibly can. The head of the UN said last month to world leaders that our addiction to fossil fuels is killing us. We are running out of time, folks. And it's, I know it's not easy for everybody to suddenly drive an electric vehicle, although we're seeing more and more of that. But at this point, we should not be glorifying the burning of fossil fuels. If people want to see competition in racing, Let them race electric cars. Let's race bicycles. In fact, one of the uses I see that would be terrific for this property would be a velodrome, a wooden bicycle racing track. There is only one in San Jose in all of Northern California. It'd be a huge regional draw. What I would like to see is that now that the lease is up, and I honestly don't think the Fair Board has done a good job of managing this property, even if we want to keep the fair itself, that could be incorporated into a master plan that the city should be in charge of, set aside space for the fair itself. You can have room for the schools that are there as well. And then you've got plenty of room for housing, parks. We have all kinds of uses there on that 60 acres. We are way behind on our state-mandated affordable housing numbers. We need to address that. You can have, again, one large park, several broken up parks in that area. You could put a new city hall there, a new fire station, a new police department. You could have a permanent farmer's market. You could have a new community center. You could have a regional event center and hotel. You could have staging for emergencies. In that 60 acres, there is a huge number of things that can be done. And the proper way to address this is to put it into a master plan, such as we did for the Central Petaluma Specific Plan, which fostered the theater district. And then, again, another public input process, and people who want to have their stake in the game, they can make their pitch for what they want. But that land is seriously underutilized.
Pause.
And cities today under Prop 13 throughout the state are always in desperate need of income, and many of these are potential tax and revenue generating uses. So, in conclusion, most of us in the Old East Side have tried to just live with this. We tried to block it out auditorially, emotionally, etc. But today is the day to recognize that they've had a good run. This is the time to find another home for it. This is the time to stop burning needless gasoline, which is killing us all. Even, and I would just add that if it were to be considered to be a use going forward, I think that's just going to prejudice any other more constructive uses that we could see happen here. What builder, home builder, event center builder is going to want to build in an area where you have such an obnoxious public nuisance? I think it's time to fulfill a more creative, constructive, community-wide use for this city-owned property, and I think it's what the Old East Side and the rest of the city deserves. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the geese outside heard you say the word nuisance. Yes. Sure, I can bring one to you. Yeah. Right, next we have Moira Sullivan, who's a local advocate and also with the California EPA. Is it all right to start your time and then bring you the slides?
So I can either stand, I need to be able to see my slides, or sit. The audience here? Would I be blocking?
As long as you stay within this line, then you'll be on the live stream. You could if you'd like. Your face doesn't have to be on it. Yeah. I'll bring you one now. Yeah, and you can just speak into that mic. You can also take it out of the stand if you need to.
Good afternoon. Firstly, thanks so much, you guys, for hanging in there. I know it's the lunch hour. I am coming here today to talk to you about the tremendous ecological values of our town and how our fairgrounds can play a really critical role in that respect. I'm a scientist with the California EPA. I'm not here officially speaking on behalf of the EPA, however. I'm also one of the founders of Relief Petaluma. And Relief Petaluma is a tree group. We're looking to put in 10,000 trees to increase our tree canopy. And we're heavily focused on native trees because that helps to that would be Odie. I think Sidenophy is my reader. I apologize if I'm in anyone's way. Okay, next slide, please. So, climate change impacts. We know we're having much hotter temperatures, and we have longer droughts. Many of our trees are dying, especially in places that don't receive enough irrigation. And one example is Helen Putnam Park. We're losing a lot of our tremendous oak trees. Per the USDA, so that's the U.S. Department of Agriculture, Petaluma has really sparse tree canopy cover. And we have a lot of hardscape roads and concrete. What that does is it creates heat islands, and it results in poor air quality. In fact, you may be aware of this, but the current consultants doing the general plan have said every single census tract in Petaluma is adversely impacted by traffic emissions, which has profound effects on neurological, impacts on Alzheimer's, children's learning ability, immune system effects on the heart. So we need a lot more trees, and Relief Petaluma has a goal of 10,000 trees. Shaded streets encourage people to bike and walk, which helps our climate and traffic emissions. And planting native trees in understory provides critical food and shelter for our native species. Most native trees, once established, are super drought tolerant, so you won't have to put a lot of water on them. Next slide. So urbanization and biodiversity, most of us know there's a biodiversity crisis. Urbanization is the number one cause of species loss, and that has impacts for our food security. About every third bite that we take is pollinated, and so that's why we are putting our food security at risk by losing species. We're a river town. We're built on a watershed. We have major wildlife habitat within our urban growth boundary. That's not typical of a lot of cities, but it is definitely typical of us. Governor Newsom has passed his Biodiversity 30 by 30 executive order, which prioritizes preserving our wetlands and our river. It's more important than ever to protect our sensitive environmental lands along our river and to create new habitat within our town to enhance our watershed. And the San Francisco Estuary Institute has said that more than 10 acres in size are needed to protect biodiversity. So how does this tie into the fairgrounds? Next slide, please. We need to meet our housing goals without sprawling into this. We need to meet our housing goals without sprawling into our precious open space. We have to maintain our ecological and flood functions of our upper river by protecting our river wetlands and grasslands from inappropriate development. Our river parcels provide flood storage, they filter our water, they recharge our groundwater, which is a...
Pause.
Did you want... So groundwater is a very limited resource here, and you may know that a number of our wells have gone dry in areas where we need to grow food. So we have to enhance our urban tree canopy. We know we need more green spaces per the consultants that are doing the general plan. Places where people can meet and play and that are bikeable and walkable. So we want... Can you go back? Thanks. We want east and west access to these green spaces, which is why it's so wonderful the fairgrounds are centrally located. We want a strong focus on locally owned businesses and local goods. We want to develop a more robust local food shed for our food biodiversity so that when there are supply chain issues like we saw in the pandemic, we are not out of food. Next slide, please. So, a vision for our fairgrounds. I've thought about this as an environmental scientist. The fairgrounds provides us a unique opportunity with this immense 60-acre parcel to achieve a number of these critical ends, including our city's climate goals. We could create a large nature-based central park in our fairgrounds. That would provide invaluable relief from congestion of our growing city, as Matt alluded to. This could be our version of the Golden Gate Park or New York Central Park. Parks are the first and best line of defense against climate change. They cool and clean our air. They regulate precipitation. They mitigate the impact of heat islands. And they serve as refuges for biodiversity. And then another thought is that we could create a pedestrian walkway over Washington so that we could get from the fairgrounds up to the upper river where trails are starting to be established. Trails that will ultimately go on to Sebastopol and Pengrove. So people could literally go all the way from downtown Petaluma to Sebastopol and Pengrove by bike or on foot or by wheelchair. Next slide, please. Next slide. So I wanted to give you some really concrete examples. Sonoma Plaza. You may be familiar with the Sonoma Plaza. It's an 8.5 acre park, so compare that to our 60 acres. It's 8.5. It was created in 1835. At the center of it, it has their city hall, and then it has some old Carnegie, beautiful old building restrooms. It's a pedestrian paradise. There's an immense tree canopy there, creating a lush setting for picnics, cultural activities, and farmers markets. There's an eclectic mix of restaurants, hotels, tasting rooms, cafes, artisan boutiques, galleries, and even a vintage movie house. Within just a short distance, there are wildflower hikes and hilltop vistas. And without hours, within a very short distance, you would have access to these undeveloped parcels that have a number of special status species on them, our grasslands and wetlands. Next slide, please. So here's an aerial view of this 8.5 acre Sonoma Plaza. You can see how green it is, and you can see the city hall at the center. Next slide. This is, sorry, it's a little bit blurry. This shows you at a human scale level how tall these trees are and how shaded it is. Next slide. So another example is the Healdsburg Plaza, much smaller. It is considered one of the most beautiful town squares in the United States. In Travel and Leisure, it won, like, I think #1 or in the top 5. Why? Because it has shade trees, fountains, diagonal walkways that come in from the corners. The nearby buildings are no more than 1 to 3 in height that go around the square. And so they say that they hold outdoor concerts there, and they say that creates a really wonderful sense of like an outdoor room, because they're not skyscrapers, they're 3 stories at most. The 55-room Healdsburg Hotel, it has several hotels, but this hotel in particular has meeting and event spaces, and they partner, I thought this was really cool, you guys. They partner with land paths and Russian river keepers and offer the chance to create and clear trails, enhance streams, or paddle the river when companies have their teams come to stay there. So, next slide. This is a picture at human scale level of the Healdsburg Plaza. Just look at the height of those trees, those shade trees, and how much that helps biodiversity. Next slide. Another example is the Windsor Town Green, recently built. It's small. It's only 4.5 acres. What I liked about it is that the shops are all locally run or owned. That is a requirement. Next slide. The Barlow in Sebastopol that some of you may be familiar with. That is a 12-acre outdoor market district. And you've got pop-up shops, craft artisan workshops, live music, many happy hour events. What's fascinating is all of their landscaping is organic, edible landscaping. Artichokes, all kinds of edible herbs. It's really cool. You should definitely check it out. It features local wine, food, beer, spirits, and crafts that are made on site only by Sonoma County artisans. So it keeps a lot of local businesses. Next slide. San Francisco Ferry Building is another fantastic example. I don't have a lot of time to go through the slide, but it operates as a community gathering place. I thought what was awesome is it promotes the Bay Area's ethnic diversity and serves as an incubator for artisans. Next slide. So our river trail, this is a little bit of a segue, but a lot of you may not know that we have a major city policy document called the Petaluma River Access and Enhancement Plan. This is 25 years old. It called for a trail the entire 6.5-mile length of our river that was for pedestrians. It would be a car-free trail away from cars. It's never been implemented. We have parts of it up near the Outlet Mall. We have parts of it in the Denman Reach, but it has never been completed. So next slide. This is an example, I thought, of a really organic bridge. If we were to build a bridge from the Fairgrounds over Washington Street to get up to these trails, this is an example of an organic-looking bridge that has some greenery. It could be a major draw, tourist draw, like the Sundance Bridge. I think it's up in Reading. That's another example. Okay, next slide. This is a very organic example. Obviously, we wouldn't be over water. We'd be over a freeway, or, I'm sorry, Washington Street. But this is another nice organic example.
Just finish your sentence, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's going to throw me off. In New Zealand, they had a number of plaques on the bridge that were developed by Maori artists. So I was thinking that we could incorporate the indigenous Miwok people's art. Am I out of time?
Okay. You're out of time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Please take a look at the closure I have of bringing this full circle. the final pages, if you would. Thanks so kindly.
Thank you. Thank you to all three of our speakers. And we'll have a Q&A session now. And as Lynn mentioned, we'll go probably 5 minutes over lunch, maybe a bit longer than that, but if you need to take off right at 12:30, please feel free to take care of your own needs. Speakers, we have a fun way of pulling questions here, so everybody get your cards ready. And please take a moment now to write down any questions that you may have for this panel of presenters. All right. Two of Hearts. Do you have a question? Eric.
Yeah, this is a question for Sierra. A lot of the talk that we've heard so far about the fairgrounds is for emergency management, and I was wondering if the river park you're talking about has any facilities for emergency management.
Define emergency management for me.
If there are fires or floods, other people from Sonoma County have to come to Petaluma.
Mm-hmm.
The fairgrounds has a lot of facilities for putting people there.
Yeah. Right now, to date, that hasn't been something that we've discussed, using the property in that way. However, as I mentioned, we're really at the beginning of the conversation of defining what the core amenities will be on the property. I can share that the property sits higher than the surrounding mainland by several feet, by about 7 feet, which does put it well above even the most extreme predictions of sea level rise and flooding. So that's just a potential opportunity there.
Thank you. Queen of Hearts.
I have a question for Matt. We heard yesterday from a speedway enthusiast that the race cars are using ethanol fuel. Do you know that to be true? And does that impact your thoughts at all?
Well, I'd certainly accept that as true.
Pause first.
But no, it doesn't. The races are as loud as they are, and frankly, I think that racetrack is probably a Superfund cleanup site after 60 years of gas, fuel, oil, transmission fluid, et cetera, leaking on that dirt track. I have had that discussion with the fair management in the past, and I know they upped his insurance requirements, the promoter's requirements, but I don't think that would likely be sufficient to cover the cost of cleanup when the day comes. I may be wrong about that, but I certainly think it's a responsibility of the promoter to, when the time comes to leave, that they leave the ground in, clean condition.
Thank you. 6 of Clubs. Does anybody have the 6 of Clubs? Do you have a question? Okay. Please speak into the mic.
I had a question for Sierre. A lot of things that you're dealing with are issues that we also have to consider, but since you're a few steps ahead, I was wondering how you were dealing with them, such as making it a little bit more accessible. Yeah, I know there's just that small piece of land to access the whole peninsula. And how have you been handling the homeless issue at the same location as well?
Thank you. So your first question around access, currently, yes, the entrance to the park is somewhat bottlenecked through that one connection to the mainland on D Street. One of the ideas that we're most excited about is the idea of a pedestrian bridge that would go from the River Park property to the Lakeville or Hopper Street side. That would, and then on that side, on the mainland, there would be a parking lot and bathroom facility and a staging area. And we think that would obviously make the park more accessible, open that up, as well as help promote and invite the east side of town to participate in the project. And your second question around the unhoused community, which has a sizable encampment at the entrance of the park. That is true. And we are working very closely with the city and the downtown streets teams and COTS and other service providers as they continue to navigate that issue. As many of you probably know, the encampment is on city-owned land, and there has been an injunction since October against the city to preventing them from taking action on that encampment. So the city's been working very, very hard to make clear to the judge that they can provide adequate alternative housing, which is the law in California, before you can move people off of public land. So we are not directly in control over the situation, but what we are trying to do is work very closely with those that know more about the issue than we do. We also have a contract with Downtown Streets Teams. If you are not familiar with that organization, they employ unsheltered or previously unsheltered individuals to do cleanup and other different skill building employment. And they service our property 2 days a week, which has been a fantastic partnership because what they offer more than just cleaning up is really they are incredible liaisons with the unsheltered community and are able to have quite a productive dialogue. And we've found a lot of success working with them. There are currently no members of that community. Oh, sorry. Last thing I'll say is just that there are no members of that community there's no portion of the encampment that is technically on the River Park property due to this relationship with Downtown Streets Teams. And we're optimistic that the federal judge will be lifting the injunction soon. Keep your eyes on the newspapers next week. And that issue will evolve. I'm not going to use the word resolve because this area is an area that the unhoused community has been in for a long time, and there are a lot of services in and around it, and our perspective is how we can work together to make sure that we can have a safe and secure park that all members of our community feel welcome at, but at the same time are finding ways that we can work together with the unhoused community to continue to help them in their struggles and in their experience.
Thank you. All right. Next card is the 8 of clubs. Anyone have the 8 of clubs? Okay, great. 10 of hearts. Anybody have the 10 of hearts? Is that you, Grace?
Yes.
Okay, go for it.
Dwyer, you were talking about the race trucks, and it's the truth. You have 33 years, I have 35 years at Petaluma, and it's a nightmare. I live here in the east side, and it's Saturdays and Sundays a nightmare. But yesterday was a guy talking about the racetracks. They are not going away, but with the money that apparently they are going to be getting in order to improve whatever is going on in the fairgrounds, they probably will be able to raise up a wall to minimize the noises, because I don't think that you are closer to that place. We are further, and even people further, they can listen. They can listen to the noises, and so it is pretty good idea to raise up, the walls in order to improve, because the races are not going away. That's what we understood yesterday. And then I had very bad idea about the races, because I have been suffering with the pain, with the noises when I am in my backyard. Inside of my house I'm okay, but in the backyard it's a nightmare. And then I had another thinking after they talked yesterday.
Yeah, thanks, Grace.
Pause. We're good.
Yeah, I would dispute the assumption that the races are not going to go away. The property is owned by the city of Petaluma, and it's being leased at $1 a year for the last 50 years. Now that's a huge lost economic opportunity for the city itself, which needs more income. Depending on the outcome of this process, we'll see what transpires, what ends up, being built or staying or leaving there. I have my doubts that the racetrack and the fair and the fair board as it's being currently operated is sustainable. I can't see that happening. And frankly, it is a nightmare. I agree with you. It's ruined hundreds of afternoons and evenings for you and me and, thousands of our neighbors, right? It's time for a change. The fair board has had a good run. The race has had a good run. But times change. I think this is it. It needs to go. It's a public nuisance in the very heart of our town. And here we have an opportunity to, take our community vision and do something much, much better with it. That racetrack takes up a lot of acreage of that 60 acres. And you can have all kinds of other uses for it that are much higher, much better. And serve many, many more people in the community. But, I'm with you, Grace.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have the Ace of Spades. Okay. Next, the Queen of Clubs. You have a question, Andrew?
I do. This is for Matt. As a 39-year outer Petaluma resident, and as a young kid, I actually subscribed to Argus Courier, and we got the paper out there, so I'm familiar with Matt since the Laverty days. So I feel you're very passionate with your position, but I feel that there's a lack of facts on your presentation. So if everyone's okay, I'd appreciate maybe some more factual documentation for your position.
Do you have a question? Would you mind?
Yes, would Matt be able to provide more factual documentation for his opposition?
Sure, if you have something specific, I'd be happy to provide it.
Sure. I do hear the races on the different sides of town that I've lived on. I'm sympathetic for people that live close, but I've never seen actual noise.
Decibel reading?
Yeah, everyone else, they can be more sensitive to sounds, right? So if I haven't seen any readings, I know we had from the presenter from the raceway, he was able to provide facts regarding their sound attempts to mitigate the sound. So
Yeah, they have tightened up over the years in part because of some of the neighbors' complaints. I've done some decibel readings, but it's been 8 or 10 years ago, and I was rummaging through my piles of paper and couldn't find them.
Sure.
I understand they are required to take decibel readings. At the edge of the racetrack. But really, that doesn't make a difference to people's personal experience. Certainly, when I've been out, gardening in the spring in my yard and the races start up, it's like a shot to the head sometimes. It's shocking. It's aggressive. It's noisy. You and I could not have a conversation. We'd have to stand face to face in my yard, on my patio, on my back deck, and be yelling to be heard. Now, that's a fact. I haven't, recorded it or demonstrated. You can come over and we can talk and experience that. The races actually were pretty mild last night, so it does vary. But over the years, it's become just a real, it's become a nightmare. I mean, it's been a nightmare from the get-go. Honestly, had I known how bad it was, I probably would not have bought my house there. But of course, my realtor didn't know. The listing realtor didn't tell me.
Pause.
By the time you get your financing together and you move in, it's not very easy to turn around and move out. And, and then are you going to try to do a class action lawsuit against the realtor? Let's be real. So the neighbors, we've tried to put up with it. We accept the impacts of the fair because we see how fun that is for a lot of people, and we've gone many times. The 4th of July can be like a war zone, but it's one night of the year. The fairs go on, or the races go on and on and on. And, it's clearly demonstrable. So, if you have something specific in the way of facts and figures, I'd be happy to try to dig them up for you.
Thank you. And just a brief process reminder, feel free to request any documentation over here in our document request parking lot. Right, I think we have time for one more question for this panel. 7 of Hearts, do you have a question?
Yes, it's to Matt. I lived on Payran for about 5 years, and we could not hear the races. The sound went up and over. And since the Target has gone in, I know that it's gotten way worse. But I don't know, because I am a very, very big fan of the races. My son has a livelihood there, and my brother races, and there's thousands of dollars that is spent on the cars that goes back into the economy. And people don't realize that these guys spend close to $100,000 on their cars. And that's a lot of taxable income. And so if that disappears, then there's going to be a shortfall of more taxes coming into the city.
Yeah, I would say that...
Pause and just invite, is there a question, do you mind rephrasing that as a question?
Yeah, just how much louder did it get once Target got there?
Well, that's a good question. I know that other neighbors of mine have experienced a real boost in the noise, both for races.
Would you mind starting your answer again, Matt?
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
I know a lot of other neighbors have said that they've noticed a huge boost in the sound impacts for the races and for concerts. Yeah, and the soundscape is not predictable, so some people are impacted more than others. But to your point about the loss of jobs and dependency and things in the people who are involved in it, how do they feel about electric cars? They are fast.
Technology hasn't gotten all the way to that. They said within 8-9 years there will be electric.
Yeah, I'll put my bolt up against any of them. And no, actually, you can race electric cars. There's plenty of electric cars out there now, but I think people have a certain momentum.
Pause.
And a commitment to what they've been doing, and it's familiar, and there's a lot of emotional attachment because people who've grown up with races have had a lot of fun there, et cetera. But at this point, we're talking about what to do with the whole property, what's the highest and best use, and a noise and air and dirt polluting sport or pursuit. I think that it's time to stop it. It really is.
Let's close this comment, if you would.
Okay, we are in a climate emergency, and there are, for competition and speed, there are other things that can be raced. So,
thank you. Right. Thank you to this panel of speakers. Feel free to give them a round of applause. Thank you for taking time out of your Sunday to be here. Feel free to stick around and chat or make, the rest of your afternoon, make your way towards the rest of your afternoon. And for panelists, just wanted to give you a reminder briefly right now, when you received this packet of slides in the last break, you also received at the very end a list of additional presenters that you'll be looking at later this afternoon. There's no need to read it now. You'll have time to read it later. But I just wanted to use this moment to remind you that you'll be calling additional people to speak to you in June. And that is the menu, the presenter menu that you'll be working with this afternoon. So with that, and we're a little bit late for lunch, we will come back exactly an hour after we break. And Grace, can I pass it to you for any details about lunch that you'd like to share?
We have Lombardi's again today, this time sandwiches that you make yourself. For vegetarians, there's vegetarian sandwiches. It's all labeled.
Yeah, no, I think it's helpful, but I could have used a little bit.
Lunch is ready.
Thank you. Welcome. Thank you.
And 1:40 is the magic time. 1:40 is when we will start again.
Thank you, Izzy. I'm sorry I wasn't able to finish.
Hi
there.
Good.
Any emails?
Yes, I'll give you that. I have a card you can email 60 acres in the heart.
I'm so sorry to interrupt all these conversations.
That's so
You need to space. Can I make an announcement to our three speakers? Sorry, just to the three of you, just a moment, Ann. I apologize. I misspoke. Our strong preference and request of you is that if you would like to linger at all, just do that in the public observer area. Panelists can approach you, no problem. Just we try to keep some boundaries there.
Thanks, Alex.
Thanks for
Thanks Oh, your number didn't come up,
Okay, they want us to.
Yep. This is my email. That's me.
Okay.
You email me.
Yeah,
and then we can talk more. Thank you. Yeah, okay, great, thank you.
No, you're fine. I gotta collect all my stuff.
even if this is not. So what's your vision? What can we do?
Well, I do think we need a lot of affordable housing. And it doesn't have to be one property. 5 acres of land here, 50 here, I would live in San Diego. I do think it's a good location. We have a hotel in the town. I'd like to see bicycle lanes back there with a sloped wall.
Yeah.
There's an enormous amount of
Sunday.
Yeah.
Food you find all the.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, there's so many good things we can do. Gosh, it's just, I'll give you my cell number.
Thank you. The other thing, this Matt Charlton
Yeah.
came yesterday, and I didn't have a chance. My name never called it. I asked a question.
I would have loved to.
Right. His talking point was one of, maybe he was kidding or joking. He said that if you bought the house after 1963, you don't have a right to complain. So what are you going to say in answer to that?
What right does he have to tell people where to put? What right does he have to say what you put to that? What right does he have to say somebody can afford a house here and they can't afford a house there, so they buy here and they don't know? It's part of the talking about
He said that, not addressing to me, just in general comment, he was saying that if you bought after 63, you don't have a right to complain. You knew where you're getting
That
it.
is very, very, very nice.
Right.
And I mean, honestly, had I known how bad that was, I would have kept looking for a house here. But when I bought my house 34 years ago, you know, there was limited choice.
Right.
You know, you go where you stuff like that. So,
Yeah. Nice sharing your opinion.
Do you live in the area?
I live in McGregor, still I can hear the noise.
So you're like closer, you've got the freeway, but you still have the noise.
Still sort of, sometimes, like I said, this gets so noisy. If I visit her, really we have to either pause and start talking or yell.
Go inside.
Or go, yes, something like that. And on the same thing in McGregor, I talked to a bunch of residents, like 15 or 20. None of them agree that it's, nobody said it.
Well, sharing that with your fellow panelists as we discussed.
I think as we come back from lunch here, head straight to your small group table from earlier today. We'll start at small group tables, the same ones that you were at earlier today. If you're just coming back from lunch, head to your small group table, same small group table you were in earlier today. Be there for a little bit.
small group mods, wrap up your conversations, and everybody can move to the large table again. You can come on up. Yeah. Okay. All right, let's make our way back to the large group now, please. Is that right?
This is a good order still.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, I'm sorry. Gosh, that sounds nice. Tomorrow I'm going to have a nap time. Maybe all day tomorrow will be my nap time.
But since I've been here.
Yeah, yeah. You're working hard. We appreciate it so much. All right. So much exciting conversation, but please, we're going to be on a bit of a tight timeline this afternoon, so let's make our way back to the main table now. I'm sorry to interrupt you all. We do really need to move. Sorry. I know.
I'm okay with taking off our mask while we do this. If you guys are okay. I'm all right.
I'm fine with it. I have a hard time hearing with it.
I don't sound so mumbled.
All right, welcome back. A little conversation after lunch to get the blood flowing and the words flowing before our fifth group of presenters. Everyone is very practiced at this by now. If I can have your attention. All right. Happy Sunday afternoon. We have our fifth and final group of presenters up here for you. And we're all very practiced in this format, so the panel will show you how it's done, presenters. We'll go one by one. With us we have Dan Bleakney with Daily Acts and Jupiter Foods. We have Chris Fox, Kristen Walter, and Jessica Umpris, who's not on the list, but Jessica Umpris, with Live Oak Charter School. And we have Anthony Franklin with Petaluma Blacks for Community Development. So each of those entities will have 10 minutes to speak, and we'll do our Q&A as usual. So let's begin with Dan Bleakney. And just one moment, we'll put 10 minutes. Lynn, let me know when I can open our projectors. Okay.
summarize it all for
Okay, go ahead, Dan.
All right. Panelists and observing members of the community, my name is Daniel Blakeney Formby, and you can call me Dan. My vision for the Petaluma Fairgrounds, I have qualifications, owner of Jupiter Foods. I'm a member of the Sonoma County Food Systems Alliance, and also the former board chair of Daily Acts. What's not listed on this slide was that I was also a 4-H member as a kid in Iowa, going to Jasper County Fair a number of hours, presenting, exhibiting, and otherwise participating in that social situation. Agriculture was a big part of my growing up. Next slide. My vision for the Sonoma Marin Fairgrounds as a city center, city hub, civic center, if you would, a multi-purpose property serving more Petaluma residents and visitors, a food system and fiber shed education center, climate action hub where climate solutions are presented, fair, speedway, conventions, sports events, and entertainment venues with environmental considerations, special event venue for private lease use, weddings, parties, events, fundraisers, a place for farmers markets and antique fair, car shows, and when called upon, emergency shelter services and emergency food hub. Next slide. 55 acres is a lot of land and a lot of potential. The overview is to include city offices, city hall. We already have the library, the swim center in place. I think they'd make a great little bookend for that. Agricultural center, food systems education opportunities otherwise. Fair venue, the 5-day event that we all come to know and love. Special event space, year-round concert, fundraising, and private event space. Emergency services offices, police, fire, 911, those offices. Nonprofit leased office spaces, reduce rent for community-based nonprofits. Next slide. The what in my presentation is about the resilience, building systems that lead to better practices and educational value, promotion of the use of public land for food production and community gardens, promote educational opportunities with farms, ranches, and food producers, sustainable water use and water conservation practices, support public and private incentives for food production and distribution, create an environment where wildlife can flourish, and envision tree-lined avenues, gardens, parks, urban forests, green roofs, and living walls to create opportunities to clean the air and cool the surfaces. Ultimately, to combine density with greenery to enhance resilience on an urban scale. Of that, what our resource management would include supporting agricultural practices that preserve and increase topsoil and soil fertility and enhance riparian corridors on the project, elevating farms and ranches that do so. Work towards sustainable water use and encourage water conservation practices, the most valuable resource that we have. Utilize gray water and rainwater catchment technologies on the project to reduce dependency on municipal supply. Support and encourage heirloom livestock, crop, and species diversity, and a special exhibition future events opportunity for this kind of project would draw. Enhance agricultural potential to mitigate and adapt to climate change in project design and in education. And to promote wildlife-friendly design practices to increase biodiversity, combine density with greenery to enhance urban resilience. I'd also like to add to this electric car charging stations. Those redevelopment opportunities I was speaking at. The redevelopment opportunities I was speaking to. city offices, City Hall, the Civic Center, that is. Housing city offices in the center of town rather than the west side current location. Current location of City Hall developed into high-density housing instead. This section off the 101 at Washington is an ideal spot for the center of town. I feel that's a great space for a civic center. The Agricultural Center is a space for agricultural-related talks, workshops, and seminars. Historical reference to our agricultural legacy, and to provide a space for farmers markets and makers markets, those makers that are in Sonoma Marin County. The fair venue, exhibits, entertainment, rides, to include locally focused and culturally appropriate food vendors. Special event space, antique fair, car show, garden fair, moving these current events away from downtown. Combined with raceway grandstand for more inclusive use of the space.
You could just add pauses slightly more often. That would be great. Thank you.
My best. The Emergency Services Office. Fire and Police Executive Offices, and as well as 911 dispatch used on a new property. This would ease current strain on existing stations, and it could upgrade those existing barracks. Nonprofit lease office spaces. Petaluma People Services, Rebuilding Together, Petaluma Education Foundation, so many other nonprofits that we have in town, always looking for space, always struggling to find the right spot. A civic center, city center would be an ideal space for those, as well as offering reduced rent, combined common space, and adequate parking. My conclusion is that this is not an agriculture versus environment, not a business versus community issue. These are about solutions to make a successful community project with public interest in mind. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dan. Great. We'll now turn it over to the Live Oak Charter School team. And one moment. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, panel. My name is Jessica Umfers, and I am the chair of the school board at Live Oak Charter School. And I was just remembering that my children and I have for a long time participated in the fair every year. And at the last live in-person fair, I won a Best of Show ribbon, which hangs proudly in my kitchen, up to the bar for the rest of my family. So today we're going to, next slide. Today we're going to tell you a little bit about the history of our school, our role as a public school in Petaluma, how our Waldorf philosophy makes us a special offering to local families, and why we are a good choice to physically anchor future community programming opportunities at this property. Next slide. So in 2001, a group of Petaluma parents wanted an elementary school offering for their children that focused on environmental education and connecting children to nature. They formed a small charter school, starting with just a kindergarten program, renting out a spare church classroom. But by 2004, the program had expanded to include multiple grades and had evolved in several ways, needing a new and bigger home. So we moved into the buildings currently on the fairgrounds that were vacated by, at the time, the Santa Rosa Junior College. They had been holding classes and some portables there. They moved to their campus, and so they moved to their new campus, and we took their space at the fairgrounds. Since that time, we have grown to an annual enrollment of around 280 students per year, serving kindergarten through 8th grade. We now rent many more buildings on the property than our original space, and we have invested significant time, money, and labor into our space, including building out an organic garden and an orchard behind our kindergarten, in addition to our playground spaces. Part of our evolution included shifting from the original environmental education program to becoming a Waldorf-inspired public school, which I'll talk more about in a few minutes. And at this time, hundreds, perhaps thousands of families have been part of our community, and many of our graduates go on to attend Petaluma High School and Casa Grande High School, where they do very well academically. I'll turn it over to my colleague now for the next slide.
Hello, panelists. My name is Chris Fox. I'm also on the board. I have a daughter at Live Oak, and I was previously a public school teacher and a founder of a charter school back in the late 90s. So I'm here to talk a little bit about the nature of Waldorf public charter schools and Live Oak in particular. Petaluma has 6 school districts. You can see on the map here, Live Oak Charter School, being the green star, is smack dab in the middle of town. This is a value, this actually is a deep-rooted value of our community that I'll speak to in a moment. Families move to Petaluma for a number of different reasons. One of the reasons is for its school choice and its variety of educational programs that we have in Petaluma. Live Oak Charter School is one of those schools, and being geographically in the center of Petaluma provides us with very unique opportunities to connect our education to the community itself, not only the people part of the community, but also the natural community and the heritage of Petaluma. There's 28 public schools in Petaluma. In 2018, we started to explore where our future was going to be, and this is part, being here presenting to you is part of that path. We're starting to get more and more serious because we, as Jessica mentioned, are now 21 years old, and we're looking to grow up and to really put our stake in the ground as a school. So we went through a process of community engagement around 2018, 2019, and the result of that community engagement is that the Live Oak families participating overwhelmingly were in support of us being rooted in the location. They overwhelmingly supported us trying to make it work where we are. So that brings us here. And what does that mean? That means that our educational programs, which we're going to talk about a little bit in a couple slides, are deeply rooted in our place in the Petaluma watershed, in the community, and our educational philosophy is integrated in that way. Okay. Next slide, please. I'd like to talk a little bit about charter schools because there's a lot of different versions of charter schools, and they've been in the news a lot lately. So we are an independent charter school. And what does that mean? That means that we are governed, as you see here, by volunteer board members. We act as our own district. In educational terminology, it's a LEA. I'm not supposed to use jargon, sorry. We are mission driven, And that means that integrated into our charter is this concept of an integration of the best practices of public education with also the philosophy of the development of a child using the Waldorf approach to education. Sonoma County has a deep history of Waldorf education in both the private Waldorf schools and also public Waldorf schools in the region. And we're very connected to our sister schools in the region. We, as all public schools are free and accessible to all families. Also accountable. We take all the same standardized tests and have the same reporting requirements. I'm happy to say that we perform very well when stacked up against all of the other local schools in the district. We are also unionized, which is a very unique aspect of Live Oak Charter that you don't find in a lot of charter schools. So we have teachers that have had tenure at Live Oak for almost our entire, we have teachers that have been there for 17 or 18 years, have made a career out of teaching at Live Oak. And we have a healthy relationship between our faculty and our staff and the union that represents our small group of teachers. It's just really important to make sure that I emphasize that. And then I mentioned in the last bullet point that we're our own district. So I think I'll pass on the microphone now. Oh, Kristen.
Me again, and then Kristen. So next slide. Very in brief, I will tell you what does Waldorf mean. So we start with a philosophy of child development. What does it look like for a child to grow healthy and happy at each age? And then we build a school around that understanding. We nurture, we call it the head, heart, and hands of a child. So as we're talking about school kids, hands on your head. Go ahead. So we nurture the growth of the head in traditional academic subjects like math, reading, and science. We nurture the heart through engaging children in communities of kindness, awareness of others, equity, and deep understanding of the world around them. And we nurture the hands through daily arts, crafts, manual labor, and the playing of music on many different kinds of instruments. Mandatory. So head, you can put your hands back up. Head is the nurturing of the traditional academic subjects, math, reading, science. Okay. Heart, this is where we're all feeling it today. We nurture the heart through engaging children in communities of kindness, awareness of others, equity, and a deep understanding about the world around them. And we nurture the hands through daily crafts, arts, manual labor, and the playing of musical instruments of many kinds. And all of this is focused through the goal of building a deep connection to nature and to our role in taking care of and being a part of the natural world. So as a Waldorf school community, we try to live the value of having relationships, and healthy relationships make healthy classrooms, which makes a healthy school, which contributes to a healthy local community. And an example I'll give you as I pass the mic to Kristen is that we have been, as a Fairgrounds tenant, we have played host over the years to many years' worth of fire evacuees. And sometimes that means simply vacating our buildings so that they have a place to land. But it also often means our parents come to, we close the school, our parents come to the buildings and prepare food and meals for evacuees in the kitchens, and our students provide babysitting and entertainment for the children and sometimes the pets who end up sheltering at the fairgrounds during their evacuation. So we are a community who knows how to share space and how to love and welcome our neighbors already. So, Kristen?
So in 23 seconds, I'm going to end, and you can, hopefully what I have to share will come up in the Q&A. We are ready to serve the community. The thought of the future of the fairgrounds only means something for Live Oak to represent the educational needs of the entire Petaluma community would be arrogant and not aligned with our values. So we look forward to serving all of the community.
Thank you. Right. Let's go now to Anthony Franklin with Petaluma Blocks for Community Development, and we'll give a moment for our tech team. Right, go ahead.
Good afternoon, panelists and community members. My name is Anthony Franklin, and on behalf of Goya Robinson, Faith Ross, I'm here on behalf of Petaluma Blacks for Community Development. Next slide, please. So a little bit about us. You can find out more. You can Google it, visit the website. But I did want to take a snippet of some of our mission, goals, and values just to talk about that for a few minutes. So our values are those that uplifting all children, being a positive role model, sharing the ideas that we feel help to make us a better community together. When it comes to goals, staying abreast of important issues within our community and county that affect us individually or as community members and speak out. Work with other nonprofits and community organizations to help support inclusivity, diversity, and equity within our community. Next slide. So, as we understand it, this is what your task or your ask is. How might we use the city's fairgrounds property to create experiences, activities, resources, and places that our community needs and desires now and for the foreseeable future? So in short, what are some of the things that we want to help make us a better community? And maybe dream a little. What do we really hope for? That might not be the easiest thing to do, but it's kind of your task to kind of put all these things together. Our wish list from the panelists, from the speakers that you'll hear today and in the future, and you've already heard. How can you bring this all together? And just keeping in mind, how can it make us a better community? Next slide, please. So, what are our suggestions? Multicultural center and garden, working and teaching facility, amphitheater, micro farm, housing or unhoused assistance. I'm sure we'll get more questions later, but when it comes to a multicultural center, a place where the community can gather, learn about each other, make sure it's being intentional about access to underrepresented groups. An amphitheater, space dedicated to bringing people from all walks of life into one space for plays, concerts, readings, and to celebrate strength through diversity. A micro farm. It seems we've heard a lot about farming and agriculture. Hopefully that's a theme. Hopefully that's something that you guys have heard and you can keep that in mind as you put together your final recommendations. But food being donated to the community members dealing with food insecurity. garden or micro farm can also be a teaching space that can be considered. 55 acres sounds like a lot, but I'm sure that could be used up quickly. But when you think about some of the needs that we currently have, when you think about the unhoused people, the people that have lots of other needs, what can we do for them regarding housing assistance or housing? Is it feasible to have some sort of housing on there? Is that something that you can consider? Next slide, please. So more of a rhetorical questions, who we are or who do we want to be? Our community depends on our ability to welcome and find a home for all persons from all walks of life and flavors of life. The elements in the suggestion section that we talked about previously enable us to be a resilient community because we as a town embrace respect for difference in all ways for all people. And we realize that we must continue to work for this goal in all that we do, including developing the framework for the fairgrounds. It would appear that the suggestions that we've come up with, my fellow panelists too, are aligned with the purported deliverables that you are challenged to present to the city. Some other ideas to consider. Things change fast. Hit a pause, so. So if I understood the last lease was for 50 years, that seems like a long time. Maybe building some flexibility in that. I think our community, our city, our country has changed a lot within the last couple of years. So how do we allow for some of that flexibility? Maybe a shorter lease, maybe breaks within the lease that we can build in to adjust for whatever needs that the community might have 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 25 years from now. More of a wish list. Being part of this, I've learned more about the fairgrounds, and I realize there's a lot. Pause. I realized there was a lot that I did not know. Perhaps in your work, you can make sure that it's easier to find out what services the fairgrounds do provide and what is available there. You also consider what the fairgrounds looks like. Maybe you can include something that will make sure that generate funds. That way it can offset some of the things that we want to be able to give back to the community, to those underrepresented groups and those people that just need a little bit of assistance. That is all I have. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Anthony. All right. I'm going to go back to our card game to facilitate Q&A. All right. Speakers, panelists can address a question to any of you, and we'll have about a half an hour for this Q&A session. 5 of hearts, do you have a question? Go for it.
So I have a question for Dan. It seems like you kind of want everything in that area. You want the racetrack, you want the fair, you want more trees, you kind of want farmer's market, emergency, all that stuff. So do you have any ideas sort of how to divvy up this land and sort of include everything in that at the same time?
Pause before answering.
Thank you, Angelo. No, short answer. I'm not a land designer. I know that there are a lot of people out there qualified to make good use of this land, and I know a few personally that would be more than happy to put in their 2 cents. I do want a lot. I think we deserve a lot. I'm at the Marin Civic Center on twice weekly at their farmers markets, meeting with farmers around the region. to collaborate and to gather their products to bring back to my market. And as that as a food hub, being only 18, 20 miles away, it's not so bad. But we have a lot of food producers in this county that would find a great economic relief to be able to have that kind of amenity. As far as the other buildings that are concerned, I think the density is fine. 55 acres is a big piece of land, and being able to be creative with the use of each of those spaces, that's the challenge, and I think we're up to it.
Thank you. 3 of clubs. Does anyone have the 3 of clubs? All right. Everyone make sure you have your card. Does anyone not have their card in front of them, actually? Let's just make sure. Okay. All right. Is there a card in her name tag? Is that you? Oh, let's actually give that to Tina. Yeah. Thank you. Ace of clubs. Do you have a question, Jackie?
I don't know if this is something that any of you can speak to particularly. I know that Dan mentioned they don't have a particular plan for the land usage, right? And Life Charter is already on a portion of it, or Live Oak. But we keep saying that 55 acres is a lot of land. And we know that the Fairgrounds looking for a long-term lease, or the 4DA is looking for a long-term lease. And I wonder, I guess if any of you have seen any groups, or if any of you have plans for how to enact so much of what wants to go in there, and then what those leases would really look like as far as being long-term or short-term, or how usable it becomes in a long-term mindset.
Would you be willing to address your question to one panelist first? Mm-hmm. Or speaker first?
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm the worst with names.
Anthony?
Anthony.
Me? So, I was hoping you were going to pick them since they were already there, but that didn't work out. So I heard a couple of different questions within your question. One was about the leases. I would ask you, do you think that a 50-year lease with everything that's going on makes sense? And I get what they're trying to do. They want to make sure that they lock it in because costs and everything else, but maybe it's 25 years. And I don't know all the numbers or what that exactly looks like or what their no-go number is, but I think 50 years is a long time. It doesn't allow for flexibility. It doesn't allow for change. It doesn't allow for us to adapt as a city. So I would put that number probably under 25. Is that based upon anything on a gut feeling? No, but it just seems like 50 years is a long time. They're going to want a significant amount, but 10, 15, 20 maybe. Maybe build something in where you can revisit it in 10, but they have a 20 and either side can pull out of it. You need to talk to lawyers about how to get in and out of that, but I would do something along those lines with the leases. Right now, we're kind of a bit of dreaming. What do we want and what do we need? I guess I would ask you guys, what's already there that's working compared to all the things that we're asking for that you can keep? And then what are some of the new things? How could you incorporate that? Again, I heard agriculture, so it needs to be some sort of agriculture or farm, I would think that's going to satisfy the wants of a lot of the community. So I would think that would be something. Is there something already there that meets that or that could meet that? And then you could check that off the list. I guess I would start with what's already there, what are the services that are being provided, and then what are the services that we're asking for now on top of that, and then what's the feasibility. To Dan's point, there are people that are qualified to talk about developing land use and property use. That would be probably a great resource for you as far as putting together a final plan.
Other speakers, feel free to answer that question.
I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I can certainly get them at a later date. But we went through a very specific process during that 2018 review of where our future home is going to be. And we need a minimum of 4 acres. But that assumes that there's some shared community resources, which is part of our value to the educational community at the fairgrounds. But for the plans that we have as a school, we need a minimum of 4 acres. Obviously, there's a lot of variables there in terms of, density of classrooms and multi-levels, and, all of those things could be worked out. So that might not be an end. But when we were looking at real estate and different, potential options, we had come across that number. Now, of course, it doesn't include some shared resources, which is part of what we really, our community is telling us clearly that we want to be an educational hub for the community at the location.
Dan, would you like to respond to that one?
Current lease at 50 years at $1 a year seems a bit inequitable. As a business person, I'm expected to pay my rent, which is equitable to the amount that's allowable at the time and the place of where I am. I wouldn't think of operating a business where I had an operating cost that was basically given to me.
Right. Thank you. The next question asker, if you so choose, is 10 of clubs. Okay. Thanks, Patty. 4 of hearts. Do you have a question? Right, to Anne.
This is to Live Oak. Do you pay rent, and if so, to who?
Yes, we do. We pay rent to the Fairgrounds, which I think technically is the 4th agricultural district. And we pay a rent of approximately $120,000 a year. And that is often supplemented by renting additional facilities for special events as we need them. We also pay out of our own pockets a lot of the maintenance costs for our facilities. Our buildings are old, and they've been in use for a long time, and often they need repair, and we pick up some of that cost. We're in a relationship with the Fairgrounds, a business relationship, and it's hard to know exactly how much detail to give on this question. There's the rent that we pay. There's the additional rent that we pay for facilities as needed. And then there's the sort of endless bucket of need, a financial need for the repair and upkeep of our buildings and our facilities. And that has been a tense relationship, I will say, with the Fairgrounds to get what we need as a school that serves elementary age children from them as a business entity. They often are not on site and not very responsive. Sometimes they're amazingly responsive, and sometimes they are fantastic partners. But our experience increasingly over the years has been that has not been the case, and that we end up picking up a lot of the cost ourselves just so that we have functioning facilities. paid for all of the improvements out of our own pockets.
Giving the interpreters a moment. Thank you. Jack of Hearts. Go ahead, Jasmine.
Building on that, so you mentioned earlier, this is for Live Oak, building on the previous question about costs. If you pay $120,000 a year and you have to pay for your own maintenance of your buildings, how do you pay for that since you provide this service for free, right? You don't charge tuition? How do you get funded?
I'm going to wish that it was our treasurer here and not myself. I was married to the board treasurer. I am married to the previous board. I don't think he's watching the live stream, but I am still married to our previous board treasurer until I get home. How do we pay for that is complicated. One, we leverage our community. Because Live Oak, we are so fortunate to draw students from around the Petaluma area. We showed you a map with the district boundaries, but our students draw most heavily from the Petaluma City Schools boundary district, but we draw students from around the area. So we have a wide network of community, and oftentimes when we need something done, we ask for a volunteer to volunteer their professional services to come in and help us out. So that's one way. Another way is when we can't ask for it or beg for it and get it for free.
Pause.
We have opportunities throughout the school year to apply for different grant funds. We have been generously supported by the Petaluma Education Foundation most years. And so we use those funds to supplement our needs. Although those funds are for programming specific needs, not for facilities needs. But often, as anyone who's involved in public education can tell you, it is not a shell game in a technical sense, but it is often robbing Peter to pay Paul to get things done. So it's precarious financially, but we have been able to make it work for 21 years, and we have a path to a stable financial future, and we're on it. But it is tight, it is hard. We make very good use of our resources, and we are very creative. And we're not afraid to make the kids sweep and clean as well. We even had them wrangle cows this fall when the cows got loose on the fairgrounds. And there was no one on site to re-wrangle them, so the kids improvised jump ropes into lassos and corralled the cows and took them back to their holding area.
Moment for interpreters.
Yeah. We had a picture on our last slide I didn't get to.
Give a moment pause for the interpreters. Thank you. Lucky number 3 of hearts. Okay. We will come back. 8 of hearts. Carl, go ahead.
I don't have any questions at this time.
Okay. 2 of spades. Do you have a question? 50. Go ahead.
And this is for Anthony. You say your value is uplifting children, being a positive role model, and sharing ideas with help feel make a better community together. How do you do that? What's your vision or plan?
Well, if you go to our website, I don't have the vision memorized, honestly, but some of the things we do are just share about what we are in Petaluma, trying to bring the community together. We have a annual picnic where anyone from the community is invited to come find out about us, but also to share about them. I forget the park that we were at last year, but there were probably about 20 different booths from throughout the community that were just talking about them and sharing about them. So by bringing us together, learning about each other, that's how we can better understand each other and better work together and just feel better about each other as a community. Obviously, with the name Petaluma Blacks for Community Development, it is about sharing about the Black experience in Petaluma. But it's more than that. If you look at all of the members, the last meeting I was at, probably most of the members don't look like me, surprisingly or not. They look like a reflection of the room. It is a diverse group. And that's what we want to do, just bring people together so we don't have this fear that seems to be gripping a lot of our country right now. Just having better understanding. You don't have to agree on everything. We're going to disagree. But just trying to get people to understand, come together. There are people that are way better qualified to answer this question than me that have been part of the group. If you ever run into Faith Ross, Gloria Robinson, or I want to say Connie or Lou or a ton of other people that have been volunteering for them probably for a number of years. I'm new. I've only been doing this for about a year, so I'm kind of winging some of this. But they can tell you a lot of the stuff that they do trying to get the community together. Also, again, I'm not part of the other part, but there. There is a youth group that they bring together. So trying to reach out to the youth, trying to get them together to help make our community together and support them. So there's just a number of different things that they do. Feel welcome to come to a meeting, to look us up on the website, to read about the mission, values, and our goals, and come out to our next picnic. I know we're probably working on something for later this summer, more to come. I think my information's out there, or you can just reach out to the group, and we'll be happy to have you and share more information with you.
Thank you.
Petaluma.
Can you say that question into the mic?
I think the question was, can you give us the website? And it's petalumablacksforcommunity.org. But if you just Google Petaluma Blacks for Community Development, I think it's one of the top 3 things that will come up.
The presenters are planning your summer for you. A couple event invitations. Say that into the mic, Tricia.
The website is pbcd, the letter 4, us.com, right?
Great, thank you. All right, let's go to the 4 of clubs. Do you have a question, Liz?
Okay, I have a question for the Live Oaks folks. We heard another speaker this morning who sort of described the 4th DAA leadership as a lousy neighbor and unresponsive in the same way that you sort of just alluded to. So I guess my question, and hearing this struggle of getting financial obligations met with this demand, is if the contract is not renewed with the 4th DAA, is there a more advantageous financial, I guess, partnership for you guys that could unfold with a new owner of the lease, or is that something that's been in discussion yet?
I think we can confidently say yes.
Could you elaborate on the yes?
The question is, who can be a steward? I mean, like, the land dates back to I think 1919, or was it 1936, when it was designated as public park, public space for all of Petaluma. So the city serves all of Petaluma residents. And, now that my understanding is that the economic, the budget requirements of the city don't require the city to turn that into housing where we can get real estate taxes to function and operate the city. So we're at a much different time right now. And we serve Petaluma's children. And the city
Good.
We are all tax-paying residents to the city, and the city serves us. So it is who has the interests of all of Petaluma residents in mind. I would say the city. I don't know what you guys would say. We actually haven't talked about the who, but other than, a different relationship, absolutely.
Great, thank you.
But
And
not
we'll
a
go-
different purpose, just a different relationship.
Okay. I believe Deb's card was drawn while you were outside. Would you like to ask a question? Or Deborah? Is it Deb or Deborah?
Deb.
Deb, okay.
Deb. I think my question may have been addressed when I was outside because it had to do with money and funding and the 4 DAA versus the city. And when I came back in, it sounded like that's what was being discussed.
So maybe
Yes?
something to bring up in a debrief with your group later? Okay, great. Thank you. Next up, and I think we have space for 2, maybe 3 more questions, the 8 of clubs. I think this was someone who passed in this session, actually. Okay, thanks. I just reshuffled the deck. I was hoping I would get to do that by the end of this weekend. Ace of spades, do you have a question now? There are a few. Okay. 6 of clubs. 6 of clubs. King of clubs. Okay. 6 of hearts. We'll go through a few more, and if there are no more questions. Actually, let's just take hands at this point. Of course. All right, we'll keep doing cards. Ace of hearts. Do you have a question, Izzy? Okay.
I have a question. Hold on. I have a question for Dan regarding your vision of the fairgrounds. I see all those interesting things, but one thing which I don't understand is with all this climate action hub and everything, why did you include the speedway to be in the heart of downtown?
Thank you, Izzy. That is a really good question. The Speedway isn't my cup of tea. But it is important to a lot of the residents of this town and of this county. And I'm not the kind of person that would suggest removing something that is near and dear and important to a large part of the community for my own end. I live close enough to the Speedway on Saturdays that I do hear the noise. And I commiserate with those that are close and neighbors to the sound that they must endure. But we have a car culture, and it's part of the legacy of this area. Environmentally speaking, I'm against it. destruction of the air quality and of the noise quality, seemingly it's out of place. But again, I'm not one to deny those who do enjoy it and who enjoy bringing that as an experience to their families.
Thank you. Queen of Clubs. Do you have a question, Andrew?
No, actually, all mine got answered. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Great. Jack of Clubs.
Hi, I'll make this toward Live Oak, but anybody could answer this, I guess. We hear there's a lot of sentiment that the fairgrounds need to be accessible more of the time to more of the residents of Petaluma. Schools have an obligation to keep their students safe. So based on that and the condition of your building, can you see a way forward if the fairgrounds is more of a public place during the week, during school session, to have your part of it be engaged with the community, but yet safe enough that you're not impacted by more public use? Thank you.
It's a really good question, and one that comes up quite often in our community because we are already a very public space. So my family has been at Live Oak for 10 years, and routinely we live side by side, Monday through Friday, with many interesting and unique events that happen at the fairgrounds. So annually there are multiple in a non-COVID year, there are multiple dog shows. There's a circus that comes to town. There's the Lagunitas Beer Circus, the Rip City Riders, car shows, blacksmiths were on campus a couple of weeks ago. We are routinely already surrounded, when it's not fire evacuees, with various aspects of both the local community as well as those who are coming to Petaluma to use the space while we are in session. And sometimes it's a really easy and fun relationship with the visitors to the fairgrounds. We love hosting Ag Day when the 4-H programs come to campus and bring all the animals. Sometimes it's harder. The beer circus was quite an adventure for our students to experience, and the aftermath was, I think, one of our least favorite relationships that we'd had with visitors. But in general, we are in fact well practiced living because we inhabit some of the event spaces. We are very used to living with them, and safety is not usually a concern. One of the visions going forward that our community holds, as Kristen and Chris have both mentioned, is that we consider ourselves as a public school to be of service to all of Petaluma, to the families and the children most especially, but to the whole community. And many of the ideas that our community members have thrown around, because we are so accustomed already to living and sharing space with outsiders, outside tenants, is that, as a school, we occupy our buildings, generally Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 4-ish p.m. And the rest of the time, there's a lot of availability and flexibility of the space. So when Chris said, for example, that our internal study revealed we would need 4 acres to be for a school, that vision holds that we would be occupying other space, as we already do, in collaboration with partners. So an amphitheater, which was a public space, but we could use during the school day, that would satisfy the need. We wouldn't need an auditorium. We would already have a space. Public parkland, public playing fields, we only need them during the school day, and the rest of the time we would assume they would be public parkland and public park space, public playing fields. On the weekends, we don't need them. That's where the soccer tournament or the baseball teams could play. One of the reasons why we've been at the fairgrounds for so long is because our needs, our calendar and our daily usage needs sit very well with layering on the needs of others. And we would be more than happy to have space that was fundamentally shared space and that was not ours, but would be used by other people for other things.
Thank you. Right. Is it a very small clarifying question? Okay.
Acreage you have right now. I know you said you want 4, but how much are you using right now?
I just know that the 4-acre proposal was consolidating actually where we are now because we're spread out. It's just not necessarily a good use of space, how our buildings are currently situated.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we can thank our speaker panel with a round of applause if you wish. And unfortunately, we have to end the Q&A session now. We'll be on break until 3:15. Thank you, speakers, so much for being here. Yeah.
Did you have a question, Dave? Thank you. Yeah.
Oh, I do not, Izzy, I'm sorry. Oh, okay. But if you got, I'll give you my information. Izzy, thank you for that question.
Yeah, because that's what he had. Perfect. On that side. On the speedway. Totally. Speedway.
I'm glad it's not me making the decision, and it's you instead.
Replace the speedway with the amphitheater. Then we are all, right? You had it good. Yeah, right. What about you had? Put in the was perfect.
Thank you. And thank you for that clarifying question. I appreciate the opportunity.
Or the building, do they take good care of the buildings? We'll let you know.
But good luck with that one.
Yeah. Because I live, I live right
All right, welcome back. As you come back from break, please just gather at the same exact small group tables where you were earlier. Yeah. Welcome back. We're making our way in small group tables where you were earlier. Okay. I think we can just let them have this conversation and then jump in after.
Okay. This is going to be hard, but moderators, please. Help bring folks back together. All right, it sounds like we're quieting down here. We've got a series of things to do here. Sorry, that's not clear. If everyone can be quiet for a few minutes, we'll come back to these discussions again in time. Oh. Sorry. I know. I'm sorry. I have to. Tried to give it a little extra time. All right. We have to move on here so that you can select presenters that we can go and get between now and your next meeting. That's why this is important and why we're running up to the end of the day and why I'm so abruptly and rudely cutting everyone off. So I hope you'll forgive me for that. So first, a couple of things to just explain. You've seen the presenter menu that came from the Informational Advisory Committee. You're not restricted to this list at all. You can choose anyone in the entire universe that you can think of, and we will go and try to get them. Try. But that list was prepared by that committee of various stakeholder groups as hopefully a guide. And I saw someone put a dot. Please don't put dots on that list. We're actually not going to be voting there. Sorry, that's a great reminder to hold on to those dots. Thank you for that, Rebecca. Hold on to those dots for just a second. So the IAC recommended these can I have your attention, please? This is some important context here before you go into your next meeting. So, thanks. Appreciate it. Hopefully this will be helpful. So the IAC put those presenters in sort of order. The votes, the thing under rank, is actually a vote count, sort of. They ranked them in order of how much support they had from IAC members. So you can see at the top of that list are mostly folks that you've already heard from. And that's how they got here, is that they were ranked highly. And that's how we chose who got here this weekend. There are a few folks, you'll notice, who are ranked highly, but were not here this weekend, and that was because we couldn't schedule them because they are away on vacation or for some other reason. So our agreement to the IAC was that we would make three spots available, one presenter block available in June to make up for those folks who are on vacation or otherwise this weekend. And Alex will tell you who those folks are, so you don't have to worry about those folks. They're already coming.
Yeah, those folks are Heather Hines, Eric, yes, Eric DeCock with the California Governor's Office of Planning and Research. Eric DeCock is on the second page. And we can write these down in front as well. And I'm sorry, I went out of order, but the student leadership organizations, the Bilingual Student Association, who's right under Heather, is the other one. So feel free to assume that those folks will speak to you.
Super. All right. Wonderful. So just a bit more about your power to get us to go get presenters. This is only your first opportunity to do that. You're going to have another opportunity in June to request more folks. So don't stress if the person you really want isn't selected here today. This is only the first time we're doing this. And all the folks who you nominate today will not necessarily be able to speak. You, just like the IAC, are going to be prioritizing so that we know who we should contact first, and we're going to go down that list just like we did with the IAC and try to get the folks at the top of the list and keep going until we fill up the spots, given people's schedules. All right. The other thing that I want to say here is that this is your opportunity. I noticed in groups you're talking a lot about who isn't here, and that's great, and that is the point of this. Who is missing, and who needs to be here in order to provide you with the information you need and the widest variety of perspectives on the topic. And one more thing. I mentioned the other day that the City and Fair Board would be here in June, and just want to remind you of that. We don't know who from the City and Fair Board, so Heather is different because she was selected through this other process, but this is a different thing that's happening in June, where we've invited representatives from the City and the Fair Board to talk about the decision-making context. Now, we don't know exactly what they're going to talk about. We don't know who they're sending to talk about that, and that's their choice. But just so you know, there's someone coming from each of those groups to answer some questions in addition to whoever you select here. Yep. Yes, or whoever the city sends. The City and Fair Board, yes. Yes. Let me get there. Let me repeat Trisha's question. So your question was, sorry, what was it? Q&A. Yes. Will you have Q&A with the City and Fair Board? And the answer is yes. It'll be just like this. They'll talk about the decision-making context, and you'll get to ask them questions. As far as selecting other presenters from the City or Fair, if you want a specific kind of information or a specific person, request it, because we have no idea who the City or the Fair are going to be sending or exactly what they're going to be talking about. So if you want information from a specific source, you must request it. Okay, is that it? Okay, I've covered it. So let's go on to any other questions, clarifications, or anything like that? Oh, thank you. Yes, of course. That is the other piece. Let me explain what's about to happen and what those mysterious dots are. So for a few minutes here, we're going to have some silent reading time. And that's just for you to get more familiar with who else is on the menu. Then we're going to sort of come around with ding, and you'll move on to the next thing, little musical notes. And then each of you will have a chance to nominate one person. So think about the one person for each of you to nominate to the group, and you'll write that on a big sticky note. Then you'll have a little discussion all together and see if you can find any agreement among your group and get down to 3. And I'm going to make this 3 possibilities. Or if you really are desperate, can go to 4 nominees per group, but try to get to some agreement around 3. Now, this is not to, if there's one person in your group who feels like they're really feeling strongly about one person, and the rest of the group doesn't necessarily agree, but the rest of the group kind of agrees on 2 people, that's fine. You don't all have to agree on all 3, but find 3 that sort of are relatively agreeable to around your group. And then we're going to put those nominated names on the flip charts here, and you're going to use the dots to vote for your preferences, and that's going to end the day, and that's how we'll know, more dots equals higher priority. All right, any questions about that? And moderators, we're going to shift the time here just slightly, but we'll come around and let you know.
And just to reiterate, the only thing you're doing for the next 10 minutes, as your mods will say, is reading. So don't worry about any of the other steps yet. They'll explain it when it's time.
about to switch. Some of you have already switched to making one nomination per person, but I just wanted to clarify something really quickly. There was a question. Glynis. Glynis found a little typo. It's just a little one. On page 6, toward the bottom, you'll see Sierre is listed there. That's the second time she was listed in the menu. The first time is the right one. This one should just be a TBD. There was no name associated there, so that should just say TBD on page 6 where it says Sierra's name. And just a note where you see, because we had a question about this, if you see TBD, that means that the recommendation there was not for a specific individual. It was just for an organization or a type of organization. And that's totally fine. You can do that too. And we will go and try to find that type of person. That's totally fine. All right, let's switch to those individual nominations if you haven't already. think you already are working to narrow down, but please continue to work. Narrow down to 3. No, not 3 minutes. Narrow to 3 nominees per group. 3 per group. Okay, right now, please put your sticky notes on your flip charts. 3, or if you absolutely must, 4. More time. Okay. Okay. Another minute.
Okay. We knew this would be a really fun part of the day. Can everyone pay attention up here? Sorry, it's just fun. The audio is on the live stream. Okay. Let's draw attention back up here, please. All right. So the next part of this process, which we're going to have 5 minutes to do. This is your challenge. This is what you've been training all weekend for. Because we do need 10 minutes to close out and tell you about what is to come. Lynn and I will read off the names that you have generated here very quickly. We'll remove any duplicates, and then you will use those 3 green dots that we gave you to vote on who you think is most important or who you most want to hear from in June. So you can put all 3 dots on one person, or you can spread them out over 3 different people, or 2 and 1. Totally up to you. And then we will, in that order, as Lynn explained, try to schedule them for you. So I'll read down the list and remove any duplicates as we go. If I miss any, please tell me. Christy Hubaker. And if the mod could help me reformat this so that it looks like these, so it's easier to vote at, that would be great. Christy Hubaker, Eric Danley, Peggy Flynn, Police Department. Mike Parks, Eric Danley. Get rid of the first Eric so that doesn't have to be reformatted. Yais Novella. Haig Bandasarian. Apologies. Corey Garbolio. Sorry. Mike Krug, Julie Atwood. Police Department, again. Can you cross that off the first list? Thank you. Peter Calthorpe, a student rep from SRJC. Another Haig, I will not try to pronounce that last name again, apologies, Agdasarian. Petaluma Police Department, again, duplicate. Peter Calthorpe is a duplicate. Calthorpe Associates, this is same. Catherine Reinhardt, Brian Sobel, and Sunrise Movement. Okay. Anyone have questions about how to distribute your dots? Yes, if you need to reference who these people are. Yes. If anybody feel free to add a page number up here. Grab a marker, help your fellow panelists. You've got page. Oh, look at you modeling. And I would encourage anyone who knows what their votes are already to go ahead and start voting. And then as soon as you're done, please come sit in your seats at the large group so we can close out the day. Oh, yeah. Totally. Yay.
Work week starts tomorrow.
Oh, my God. yeah. All right, as you get finished, come on back to the large group. You can feel free to look at the dots as you leave today. We'll keep those up, but for now, if you've already placed your dots, let's come back to the large group. All right, thank you all. Making our way back. Almost all here. I think I'll start just a quick mention that as your process advisors, we recognize that this exercise was very abbreviated. So in the future, to do this kind of process, we'll have an opportunity for all of the groups to report out on your conversation, say why you nominated each name. This weekend, we, prioritized giving you more information, more presenters, but that this process in the future will be longer when you have to make decisions like this. So like Lynn said, this is just your first chance, and we'll have another opportunity to call additional presenters again. So congratulations on making it through the first weekend. Round of applause. Bravo. I'm so grateful that you all are here and have stuck with us and the process. It's so exciting. Been looking forward to this weekend for so many months, and I'm just delighted. And let's see, a couple just heads up, and then I'll pass it over to Grace. Our next session, as you know, is June 4th, and on June 4th, we'll have a couple of interesting informational gathering components. We're hoping to do a site visit to the Fairgrounds, and there's also a community exchange in which you will be hearing from the broader community in the afternoon. So look forward to that. We do not expect you to do any homework, any work between sessions. So of course, continue to have this in the back of your mind and have conversations if you do. If you have interesting conversations with friends, family, all we ask is that you bring those back into this space. The panel, so that the panel has as much shared information, ideas as possible. So keep that in mind as you're thinking and speaking to people in your community. Try to bring any new insights back to the space on June 4th, and then our long weekend from June 17th to June 19th. But there's no expectation that you do homework or your own research. Really, we will create the space and give you the time to do the work that you need to do. So, yeah, process question from Jasmine?
Yes. Is that when we're also expected to see any of the data that you guys have been able to gather? June 4th?
Yeah, so any documents that you've put on this list, we'll leave that open as you leave. Feel free to keep adding to it. We will do our best to get those documents by June 4th. There might be a few that come in on June 17th, depending on our capacity. But we'll definitely start that kind of reference binder for you on our next session.
Okay. Would it be possible to get it in an electronic format too? So would it be more searchable and readable?
Definitely. Yeah, anything that we get for you off of that list, in addition to all of the slides and materials, will very soon all be on our website, on the project page. Yeah, so healthydemocracy.org/Petaluma. Very soon, you'll be able to find everything that you received this weekend, and the public will be able to receive all of it as well. Okay. Thank you all. I'm going to pass it over to Grace to close us out, or maybe then back to Lynn about the survey. Yeah.
I just have a couple of things. Thank you all for your patience and for being here with us today and all weekend. I just have a couple little things. If you have talked to me or you need child care reimbursements or elder care reimbursements, I do have forms ready now for folks who need them so you can be reimbursed for child care or elder care. For those of you who joined us recently as alternates, I'd like to just check in with you about any accessibility or food needs you might have. I had sent a survey out to the panel originally that I didn't get a chance to send out to alternates about your preferences and needs for our time together. So I'm going to send out a link to that. Also, if you are not getting emails, I've overheard a couple of people say, oh, I didn't get an email reminder to be here or an email about what was happening. I'd like to know that because they've been going out to everyone on the panel list, and so if you are not getting those, there's something happening that we should try to problem solve. All right. I think that's everything on my list. I'll hand this off to Lynn now.
Thanks, Grace. Thanks, everyone. You know the drill. Please give the surveys into the envelope as you leave, and look forward to seeing you again June 4th. Good call. Thank you very much. Forgot about that. Yes, you may leave any of your items here if you wish, but we'd encourage you to take your binders home. If you feel you're able to keep them, hold on to them and bring them back. But if you're feeling like, hey, my life is a little bit all over the place, like I feel at the moment, and and you're like, look, I got a lot to do right now. I'm going to leave it here and come back to this. That's perfectly fine. Not a problem. We'll keep them for you. And please also leave your little playing cards. Yep. Shout out to the interpreters. Hell yeah. Woo. Thank you. All right. See you in June 4th.
I know you've heard this, but June 4th will be in the assembly room. So same venue, assembly room, just right across the way.
And I would like to thank everybody here also for their patience and their comprehension and understanding for the need for interpretation.